Hello everyone. I hope that we are doing well. Hope that everyone is doing well. I hope that everything is all around doing great. So, hello, welcome back everybody, back to the Shakespeare show, I suppose. So for today, in about half an hour, we're gonna speak with two guys talk history, but particularly Daedalus, who will be speaking to us about, and we will be having a discussion on Palestine and on Israel Palestine in a general sense, but also specifically pertaining to what's ongoing at the present moment. And also, hello, full of Nicks. Welcome in, everybody. So, I did want to go through some like preliminary stuff, right? That would just, sort of, allow us to sort of move into discussing sort of the topic. So I thought that it would be good to start looking at stuff that relates to it, that's going to be relating to what we will be talking about in just a quick.
The Jewish Chronicle is the oldest Jewish newspaper.
Well, I think you already know we're going to be talking about the Jewish Chronicle. I guess that part's already clear, but it's okay. Keep an eye out on your... Oh, yeah, that's right. And it's very nice to see you, Fairy King. So, yes, keep an eye out on your small communications devices. Because if you don't know, like, what's still ongoing in Lebanon, it's tragic. I mean, honestly, the fact that most of the people affected are literally just innocent people. It's just, causing a lot of issues that are not helping the situation. That is for sure. Okay, so let me move these here. Okay.
In the world, having been in continuous circulation since 1841.
So, yes, it's been so the Jewish Chronicle is and also hello Levelhead, it's so good to see you. So it's the oldest continuous Jewish publication in the world, and there's been some drama. There's been some big issues that occurred via the Jewish Chronicle. I created a searchable database for my clips going back to the start of my channel, and I'm stoked. Oh wow, I'm so happy to hear that. That sounds amazing. No, that's wonderful. That's an accomplishment in it of itself, especially with clips, because so what is the scandal? What is it that happened? It turns out that a whole bunch of people now are resigning from the Jewish Chronicle because it turns out that they are not willing to stand by the Jewish Chronicle anymore. Again, the oldest, surviving Jewish newspaper publication, etc., because the Jewish Chronicle publish fabrications, like outright fabrications, with the I'm gonna develop it so I can help others with it, because Twitch backend sucks. Oh yeah, like, especially if for whatever reason, it decides to just like delete all of your stuff. So so there's always that problem.
But the reliability of its reporting on Israel has now come under question following a number of investigations by Israeli journalists. And long-time columnists are abandoning it as a result.
And what I think is so fascinating is the fact that it took Israeli journalists, right, particularly Plus 972 magazine, to actually investigate the Jewish Chronicle, right, which is, outside of Israel, etc., in order for these things to come to light, because there is this belief, right, that, oh well, if it's coming from from inside the state of Israel, that, oh, maybe we should, question it more, and regardless, you should question it regardless. But the point being that the Jewish Chronicle, because of its longevity and everything, had kind of been given this status of preeminence, right, of it being perhaps more fair, more objective, etc., etc. So,
the story begins with a speech
hello,
from the Israel
GeoDragon.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, defending his aim to maintain an Israeli military occupation on the Philadelphia Corridor. Now, the Philadelphia Corridor is a narrow strip of land surrounding Gaza's border with Egypt, and Israel's intention to remain in control of it has been both a recent addition to ceasefire negotiations and an impossible concession for Hamas. In that speech, Netanyahu gave this argument for the occupation.
If you leave this corridor, you can't prevent Hamas from not only not smuggling weapons in, you can't prevent them from not smuggling terrorists, hostages out. It's walking distance, nothing. They can easily smuggle hostages out here to the Sinai Desert in Egypt.
Right, and also another thing too, which is just, this is just ridiculous, because Egypt fully complies, like by pretending that this border is like, it's almost kind of how the U.S. likes to describe its own border with Mexico, like, oh, you can just walk right across it. No, you can't. But also, no, like, Egypt actually is funded. It is paid by the United States, right? Its regime is upheld by the United States precisely because it upholds the agreements with the State of Israel. So because of that, it's very, I'm not saying it does not happen whatsoever. I want to be very clear. But the accusation that, like, oh, people can just go back and forth, willy-nilly, no, that's not true. In fact, even when aid is trying to get through to Gaza, it doesn't actually go through this corridor. It actually has to cross into Israel and then go through the Kerem Shalom crossing. So, like, all of the trucks that were lining up, that's just to be inspected by the Israelis and then be allowed into, right? Because the Israelis do not just allow trucks from Egypt to just go straight into the Gaza Strip. They don't allow that. The Philadelphia corridor is something that they, prior, like even after their unilateral disengagement, which does not change the fact that Gaza is occupied, was still under IDF control for a long time, right, is only one of these corridors that it wants to keep. So it wants to keep this effectively. Gaza is already described, even by Giora Island, right? And this is something that I want to make very clear. Giora Island said this in 2004, okay? So that was before the disengagement plan of 2005. That was before the elections, where the United States and the Israelis, etc., asked Hamas, that did not want to participate in the elections in the first place, if they would please take part in the elections. They kept telling them, please take part in the elections. Okay? And this was before 2007, when you had, etc., etc., right? When the blockade became official, right, so to speak, by the Israelis. So this happened in 2004, when there were still settlers living in Gaza, right? When you still had Gush Katif, right? Which you had some sort of, a lot of them were along the coastline, but some were sort of like in this area. And like this area here, Israel does not even allow Palestine to have its own international airport. Before, there used to be one here, like where the Yahoo of his surname is. That used to be Yasser Arafat International Airport, but they destroyed it and they've never let it be rebuilt or built anything else. The other one here is where this like missile is, this like the one that's closest to the borderline here. This line all the way to the sea, which is called the Netzarim corridor. That is the other corridor that the Israelis want to keep under their control. So effectively splitting Gaza into two, right? So Gaza's largest city, Gaza City, is up here, which has like 1.1 million inhabitants, at least prior to the war. Prior to the, well, at least they still keep trying to call it a war anyway. But that means for people trying to go back to their homes, to northern Gaza, right? Oh, hello, Demal. Welcome in, welcome in. They would have to go through a border checkpoint here. So, again, it makes no sense for them to do that. I meant to ask, what? Sorry. Oh, let me check on chat. Is that for databases? Oh, no worries. So yeah, so like this whole thing about the hostages and blah blah blah. We won't know exactly, but like even from rescued hostages, right? Like they were like the ones that recently perished. They were on the list for the hostage exchange that Hamas was willing to do like 2 weeks prior, right? And I also think that the Israelis have dropped the equivalent of 5 going on 6 Hiroshima nuclear bombs, right? The nuclear bombs that were the nuclear bomb that was dropped in Hiroshima. So almost 6 of those, the same amount of kilotonnage on Gaza. Okay. So it's not a matter of, can we, like, in terms of just kilotonnage, that is already, that threshold is again, almost 6 times the amount. So, again, like when I said, like, the destruction would take 20 years just to clean up Gaza, it just gets higher with every single. So it's not something that will get any easier. It's something. And also, yes, if you'd like to help me out, you can always do so by going to my throne right here and to help funding one of the books on there for my research, or going to the other methods.
They disappear. It's crossing distance. The distance is nothing. It's meters away. They cross the barrier above ground. They don't even have to go underground. They disappear in the Sinai, and then they end up in Iran or in Yemen. They're gone forever.
A day after that speech, the Jewish Chronicle published this article. It claimed that papers captured by the IDF, as well as information obtained under interrogation, revealed a secret plan by Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar to smuggle Israeli hostages to Iran via, you guessed it, the Philadelphia corridor. And that story gained traction. It was reprinted in right-wing newspapers in Israel, and it was promoted online by influencers including Netanyahu's son, Yair. Netanyahu's wife, Sarah, repeated the same line about the plan to smuggle hostages to Iran to the families of hostages just a few days later.
So, you know how there have been all of these riots and all of this stuff that just keeps getting worse and worse, right? Like, in terms of, like, the violence that the Israelis themselves are willing to do, right, against the state apparatus in Israel. It's gotten to the point where they had to make up this story, right, so that then they can say, well, if we don't do what is actually harming, right, what is actually bringing an end to your family members, etc. If you don't let us do that, then they could end up in Iran and be used as bargaining chips. But it's like, they're like, Hamas has been saying we will give literally everybody back since October 8th. Again, in even even the exchanges that they have wanted, because they always say, they want to release like all of the people that have been convicted for all of these charges. Even from the beginning, they said as long as you take out all of the women and children that are imprisoned in the West Bank. So none of the men. And by the way, I do want to point out one historical thing. from my research of all of this is that the IDF historically, and I'm not saying that it's, but it kind of does do this to this day. Again, it might not be official on any document anywhere, but historically, like during the Nakba, when what it considers to be like of fighting age, like man, was 10 years old during the Nakba, just so you know. So like what they think, like what international law says is fighting, blah, 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 is an adult, right? And what we might conceive as an adult is very different from what internally the IDF, right? Or what the Palmach, Hahagana, Hayirgun, Halechi, what they thought the age was. They sank the age down to 10, right? So you can see where this becomes a big problem, because they speak of, right, like they arrest a lot of kids, right? Lots of young boys. And a lot of them can vary in age, but a lot of them do tend to be 10 or older. That's just a statistical thing. You can look it up. Again, B'Tselem has reports about this, about the tensions. But because I was reading their report called "Welcome to Hell," which is something that at the De Teman prison camp, where they were doing all those horrible torture tactics, torture against those innocent, literally people that were like just in their house. I mean, they weren't ever posing a threat to any soldier or anything. I mean, in my estimation, I am of the opinion, again, just in my own opinion, that if you're in your house eating dinner, I don't think that you pose any risk to the IDF soldier, right? That's 70 miles away. I don't know. Apparently, the IDF does not concur with that thought, but I am more than likely to be wrong. So. Oh, yay. Oh, a 10-stream streak. Nice, nice.
There was a problem, though. That story was completely false. A day after the Jewish Chronicle published its so-called exclusive, Israel's Channel 12 News had its own story. Using testimony from security sources, Channel 12 completely refuted the Jewish Chronicle's reports on the alleged Sinwar plan.
That was our policy in the Philippines during our war there in the early 20th century. General Jacob H. Smith ordered to kill everyone over 10. I mean, I'm not surprised, because it's always this belief that like the younger, essentially the young boys that are old enough to remember, right? It's like this fear, right, that they will exact retribution, which You know how you could actually help stop that? By not committing genocide. I don't know, just me. Just like a suggestion, what do I know? Right? Just a suggestion. Maybe don't do the thing, but yeah, that is a very common practice. And again, this is done even, for example, with people who are migrants, for example, that come across the border, and and the rhetoric about that, where we already have this in the United States, and people have heard about this, right, where BIPOC children are often, right, aged, right, that they are made to be adults, right, like even if they are just children, right, where they say, oh, well, blah, blah, like they will add in all of the excuses in the world, but it still ends up being, right, where, yeah, crazy idea, my hot take is, don't do colonial wars and genocides. I don't know. Seems, as the kids say, it's a bit cringe, but no, but seriously, I've had to deal with that my entire life. Like, I have never, the kind of I don't know how to put it. In fact, there was a poet that talks about this. She's Latinx, and also I believe she's Zuni Pueblo, if I remember correctly. And she's talking about that. She's like, I never knew what it was like to be a carefree child, right? And the reasoning why is because being racialized, being marginalized, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, means you kind of can't be, right? And in fact, when you are being a child, right, there is some suspicion, right, and even fear attached to it. But one thing I did want to note here is Channel 12 is not exactly like liberal, right? It's not Channel 13, which is like Newsmax or Fox News or like that level, but it's, I mean, it's also not unlike it, so to speak, right? Um, it's it's not exactly, you know, like really libbed up or anything like that. Like Channel 12 is usually from what in my own when I've used it, I've only seen it in Hebrew. I don't know if they even have an English version, but like, you know, that's where a lot of times I will watch their like live news stuff, because, you know, obviously if it's something from the Middle East, it's gonna show up, you know, there first. Well, that is to say, on Middle Eastern news networks, right, first. And so when I heard that Channel 12 was the one that like, even this very, very, I mean, I'm not even joking, like, if you have a smartphone, which I'm presuming all of you do, if you go to the App Store, to the Google Play Store, like, if you look at its app for Channel 12 Israel News, it literally has the Israeli flag on it. Like, that's how, you know, nationalistic this channel is. So again, for them to refute this kind of shows something, right? I would say. But yeah, and another thing is, no one knows where Yahya Sinwar is, right? Especially because now he has no reason to not be hidden, you know, as much as possible, right? Because look at what they did to their top diplomatic person, who literally never had a history of militancy, never had, you know, the only thing is that when it became the only party essentially acceptable to be part of in Gaza, right, he was part of it. That's about it. But he was the chief diplomat for Hamas, right? That's like, when they get rid of him, and now the militant head of Hamas and the diplomatic, you know, like kind of like the political wing, now we're embodied in one person who does not have the freedom of movement like the person that perished, you know, the one who was in Tehran, right, who was living in Qatar, right? Now you have a problem. Because now there's no incentive for Yahya Sinwar to, you know, grant such concessions, and also to, you know, appear in public ever again, right? Because now he's, you know, he has essentially all of the power in many ways, and I'm sure that it was. He was in that movie, Secrets of the Yahya Sisterhood, of the Yahya Sisterhood. Oh, do I have to redo my pronouns now that my? Oh, okay. Sorry, I was. So.
Channel 12 reported that, quote, all of the relevant sources in the security establishment deny having evidence of any such plan. Days later, Israeli outlet Ynet published this regarding the document that the, quote, Jewish Chronicle claimed to reveal. An examination of all the stores of captured materials collected since the beginning of the maneuver shows that no one in the AMSHT unit, Intelligence and Technical Materials Gathering, where these materials end up, nor the intelligence community in general, has any idea what it is or who it is about. Importantly, the IDF was also not happy about the Jewish Chronicle story. It launched an investigation into the source of these false claims, based on claims that the story was planted as part of a deliberate misinformation campaign. So who was the author of the piece? Their name is Elon Perry, and since the start of the war, they've written a series of sensational...
I'm sorry, but like, at this point, I am not trusting anyone with the name Elon. Like, every Elon ever is just like, no, I don't even want to... It's just like it's one of those names that just like that like it's like Athelbert. It's just like we're just never gonna use it again. Just never gonna use it again. There's no need for it. Like Athelstan, Athelbert, all that stuff. No, we don't need it anymore. Society has progressed the need for the name Elon because it's just cursed. It's cursed.
Articles, often relying on intelligence leaks. One of them, headlined "The Real Reason Hamas Can't Release the Hostages," was also debunked by Ynet. This is from Israel's...
Oh my gosh. Ynet is literally like Yodiot Aharonot is literally like the most popular news outlet in Israel. Like it's like like is it USA Today or what is it called? Like the ones that they have everywhere, right? That because it's all owned by the same. You know what I mean? But it's like everybody has the app on their phone. I don't have it. I mean I don't have that app because you have to subscribe to it, right? But that's like there you get all of the alerts. You have all the like it has everything from like breaking news, political commentary down to like simchas, which all that means is like, oh, this person here is having a bar mitzvah, or they just had a baby, or they're getting married. Like, it has everything on it. So, yeah, no Elon's. Yeah, Athelbert. I'm just like, no. It's done. It's just one of those names we just have to retire. It's just like, it's done. Although there was one guy that his regnal name, like back in the Anglo-Saxon days, was like Athelfried the Magnificent or something like that, and I'm like, I don't know.
972 magazine. Citing unnamed intelligence sources, Perry claimed that Hamas is currently holding only around 20 of the roughly 100 Israeli hostages who remain in Gaza, many of them allegedly handcuffed in the vicinity of Sinwar, and that the...
Okay. I'm going to tell you right now, nobody knows. Even Hamas admitted that they did not have full contact with, because what Israel has been doing to Gaza, right? Because of what Israel has been doing to Gaza, it does not know like what all, and also it's not just Hamas that has hostages. Remember that. There are other organizations like, IJP, right? Islamic Jihad, right? There's all these other organizations that also took hostages. They don't keep in communication with them. Like, that's not their thing. And I think, especially now with what happened with the pagers, which if people don't know, apparently, and this keeps happening, like essentially all these people that had pagers, they were apparently all stuffed with some explosive material, and all over Lebanon, several people, there were fatalities. The number of casualties in terms of injured people is going up. I saw a figure as high as 1,000 earlier in Haaretz, but some of the outlets that are like a little bit that are American outlets, like at the LA Times, which I see like when I go to work or whatever. Well, I see the physical newspaper, so of course it's behind, right? It only said about 300, so but there were more detonations, right, that happened after the fact of the ones yesterday. But one of them caused the death of a minister, right, a PM, right, pardon me, a MPs, right, member of parliament, for the governmental wing of Hezbollah, right, his son to pass, right, and so I noted this to someone that I would not run it past that person who has state power. I mean, like, it's like any of our legislators, right, either here or in Mexico or wherever, right? If you do this to someone who has power, right, even if it's, a state that isn't exact, right, but again, it has a direct connection because he represents the political wing of Hezbollah, but also has power in the Lebanese state, I wouldn't run it past him to what he would do to avenge his son. Um, Again, because now you have people that can, right, um, that can actually make things happen, right, in a way that, just the paramilitary organizations cannot. And so that's always a big problem. And again, earlier today in Haaretz, the head of the chief of staff of the IDF said that they are at maximum readiness for anything concerning Lebanon. That they are moving more brigades from Gaza up towards the northern border because they want essentially everybody to move back into their homes, which I don't understand because so many people's homes are like destroyed, and they have not been built back yet. So I don't know where like the people are supposed to live, but their war objective is to return people to the northern part of Israel and have them return to their homes. But that's a weird war objective because that's usually something you do after the war, right? That's like return, people to their homes after the war. But yeah, let's see here. That's so scary. How did they rig all these devices? You all heard? Yeah. Yep. The pagers and all of that stuff. What they're saying is they believe that like there was a shell company and because they're so small, it doesn't take that much of the material to cause it to be, blah blah blah. Again, there will definitely be investigations done, right? And we won't know. Athel Elon, oh my gosh, imagine Athel Elon, literally the curse upon I set it up. Okay, so then in that case, so I think we might just bring on oops. I believe that with Daedalus, aka half of Two Guys Talk History, that we are ready now to begin our conversation, which is right on time. So if you just give me one quick moment, I will call him.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Let's pop this up.
Okay.
There we go. How's it going?
It's going so far so good. How about for you? There we go.
It's okay. It's a nice Wednesday so far.
Okay. That's good to hear. Just one quick second. I just need to fix one last thing. And then we should be good. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, so if I actually would want to know if you actually would like to introduce yourself, because I know we talked jokingly about Clausewitz and all of that stuff, but I do know that you're into military history and all of that, but I would like, if you would like to go in depth about your background and expertise.
So, my name is Daedalus Media, and I am one half of the channel Two Guys Talking History. I particularly have focused on American military history. However, my channel partner, Hetman, he is Ukrainian studies, and specifically the Holocaust in Ukraine background where he studied history. So together we we made this channel to sort of talk about issues. And unfortunately, the way the world's been going, mostly what we do is we talk about war. um, so that's kind of the background I come out of. Uh, before I am a kidney disease patient. Before that, when I was in college, I was an Army ROTC cadet, an Army officer cadet. So that's kind of where that background comes from. And a lot of story. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself as well, because we haven't talked before.
Yeah, sure. Just apparently I need to fix my audio just a little bit because. Okay.
Yeah, I'm naturally quiet.
I'm Shakespeare. I am a cultural historian, and my fields of expertise are in Jewish history and Latin American history. And I'm currently working on an article series that eventually I will try to expand on and edit into a book on the history. On let me see. Sorry, I made myself louder, not you. So I need to. There we go. That should help. That should help. Yes, that I eventually plan on making into a book and hopefully finding some academic press that will, take it. But, right now it's still very embryonic. So, yeah.
Kind of monograph style, then?
Yes. Well, see, that's the thing is I'm not sure because I'm more than willing to do an edited collection. I just would need to know people who I know would be committed to like going into, right, like those different aspects of history from 1917 to 1950, which I mean, like if you were to do it from like a military history perspective, for example, I mean, you definitely have all of that time period with the British and everything, right, to write about. So yeah.
Well, yeah, that's, I think, probably a good place to start in. 1917 onward is a particularly difficult time, I think, for the Palestinians because they're just getting this grounding in the sense of self and this sense of personhood and this sense of like identity, right? And it's being gradually stripped away from them as they're watching it as it forms, right? So I think that's probably a lot more interesting from a cultural perspective than anything else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so what I've been sort of looking into is kind of like what were the conditions that specifically made it so that when Britain was finally given the mandate and how precisely the British via their choices, right, to stifle growth in vis-a-vis the Palestinians, whilst allowing like industrialization and education to be more open when it came to the Zionist settlers, how that like set up a disparity between the two communities that kind of has never really, been overcome, and if anything has just devolved, ever since. So
yeah, I think the source I've been consulting most for what the research I've been working on this is around Camp David in 1999 rather, in 2000. But like I've been looking at Rashid Khalidi's book, 100 Years War in Palestine, and he does an excellent job in kind of illustrating the ways in which the relationships were forged there between the Zionist community in Europe and the government in London and the administrators and the mandate and the Palestinians and the Zionist settlers there. And it's really remarkable. Like there's a lot of a lot of the classic give or take that you see in decolonization processes happens in Palestine, only to be co-opted by the government in London. So like it was a very effective two-pronged movement, right, of settlement and political pressure on the European power in question to kind of give the burgeoning Israeli state this power and this ability to prosecute their objectives. and it reads like, I don't think Khalidi does a very, like, I don't think he's horrifyingly biased. Like, he's very clearly a Palestinian writing about Palestinian issues, but I don't like he does a good job of illustrating like the no-win nature that the Palestinian leadership, as it was at that time, was in. Like, they're not really a cohesive whole yet. They don't have these institutions that can effectively take over a country like happens in Egypt or Jordan, right? They're trying to build these things and they're being stifled by the British, and it's working to their advantage. For the Israeli, the proto-Israeli state, right? Because that gives them the ability to further industrialize and exploit things like, or build cities and all that. And it kind of leads into this situation, where you have it in the 30s, the Palestinian uprising, where they just turn over and arm Israeli groups that eventually ended up becoming terrorist groups that attacked the Egyptian or the British.
Right. And like one of the things that I find quite, and also please let me know, those of you in chat, if the sound is okay now. I really want to make sure I got the sound down. But yes, I found that quite interesting, especially because of the fact that you had, for example, like, and in the article series, I begin, beforehand in 1896 and even slightly prior, because I have to discuss, or I felt I needed to introduce, right, like one of the big aspects, which is the Hashemites, right, and the British already doing like deals with the Hashemites even back then, but in the lead up to World War One, how and how they had promised, right, that they would give the Hashemites essentially a large Arab state, right, if they would revolt.
Against the Ottomans.
Yes, against the Ottomans. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was trying to read a chat. It says here, if they're saying, one is saying, if you could boost your output to me, that would be nice. But
Let me check.
But yes, against the Ottomans, that was, particularly after the House of Saud kicked out the Hashemites from being in the Waqf of Makkah, and then them essentially being expelled, but still trying to have some claim and going to Al-Qahira or Cairo, so then that way they could still claim the land that they thought they were going to get, right? And so them essentially getting three kingdoms, right? One which was the shortest lived, which was, one which was supposed to be to stop French domination or French colonization in the Middle East, which didn't end up panning out, which was Syria, and then you had Transjordan and Iraq, which is where the failed king of Syria was then sent off to. So I kind of wanted to put all of that into context, right? That like the British already had all of these plans to do these things with the Hashemites, and that is also why, like, when you have the conferences that happen, again in the aftermath of World War One, you have like the Jordanian king, right, specifically meeting with the Zionists and saying, well, if you let me control Palestine, I'll give you like an autonomous province in exchange, right? So the fact that like the Jordanians have always been kind of collaborators to some extent, right, more or less, from the beginning, things like that.
Well, I yes, but at the same time, those were like also colonial powers, either controlled by the French or the British.
Right.
So they at a certain extent have to play ball with the objectives of the French or the British, and that's how they gain their own independence over time, right? It's also markedly different than the situation in Palestine. So like Egypt is a crown colony, basically. They have a significant amount of leeway in what rights they give to the Egyptians for when the Egyptians become their own country, to let them build up that infrastructure that they need. The League of Nations mandate is incredibly specific and incredibly exclusionary to the Palestinians, and it's that mandate that the European Zionists keep pushing back on in London, at the time every time they tried to give the Palestinians more autonomy throughout that period throughout the period up until the 48 War of Independence, right? So like it's really the thing about the Mandate of Palestine is it's somewhat unique for the region. It's not the same kind of colonization that we would talk about for Egypt or Italy and Libya or other areas. It's much more restrictive because there's like an objective behind it that they're pushing this state, and like I mentioned the 30s and the Palestinian revolt against the British, but it's worth noting that in the 40s, when the Zionists felt that the mandate was becoming too restrictive for immigration, they launched their own revolt against the British.
Right.
Starting in 1944, that took up 100,000. 100,000 British troops were engaged in peacekeeping operations at that point. Basically, at the falling action of World War II. So it's not a clear-cut relationship, I think. The British are trying to, at a certain extent, moderate the two interests, but they're never really an honest actor because they're an actor who is aiming for the creation of Israel. So like it causes the Palestinians like an imbalance that they can't ever really rectify, and that Israel today is dedicated to keeping. I have been looking very particularly at the quote unquote peace process. Now, kind of specifically, I focusing on Camp David, between the Clinton attempt at Camp David to establish a Palestinian state, kind of as like an example of the processes that would come afterwards. And Clayton Swisher has written a book, The Truth About Camp David, which I found to be a fabulous resource so far. He is an American journalist who worked for Al Jazeera, which explains why he gets next to no support from Israel in the book, like no interviews, but a lot from the United States and Syria and whatnot. And it's really remarkable how that process of playing the Palestinians off of one another has continued even to the present day. So, like, for example, you've got Hamas and how they play Hamas off of Fatah and the Palestinian Authority, and how the formation of the Palestinian Authority was even then in the 90s to dilute the power of moderate Palestinians who were calling for statehood and the revocation of the settlements. Israel has never been an honest actor in this peace process, if you really get down to it.
Right.
And the United States has been party to that. We've helped them in that, and I personally, as an American, find that unacceptable.
Right, and like that's one of those things too where you really see, right, especially with something like if I can use a much more contemporary example, like when Trump recognized, right, the Golan Heights as pertaining to the state of Israel, right, even though they are still occupied territories, right, of Syria, right, and in fact most
Yes.
of like that is another thing where it's like now there is a direct acknowledgement, so to speak, of that colonization, and it is with direct U.S. support that now the official U.S. State Department map has to includes that as if there were no blue line as it would have been, and so then that also adds into playing the Druze and the Palestinians and the Syrians and just like all of these different actors, right? Which is something that, if I may just quickly note, is also something that was done during the incursion into Lebanon in 1982. Like that was something where the Phalangist, right, the Maronite Christian militias were allied with the IDF. But then you had like the Palestinians on the other side who were being victimized by both the Phalangist and the IDF. So yeah, it's definitely the methodology of the IDF, etc. So
It's not an uncommon tactic throughout history, throughout various groups, play one ethnic group off the other, is a pretty common. Uh, is a pretty common, I guess, trope is the best word for it.
Mm-hmm.
And you see it in other places. Like it for an expansionist power, it generally tends to play to their interests to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that I've been looking at, and I've never comfortable with, is people who try to compare what Israel is doing to Nazi Germany. And like, I get it, the Holocaust is one of the foremost things in people's minds, but in my mind, what Israel has done over the course of its existence is much more akin to how the United States treated our indigenous populations, in Canada to a lesser extent. This kind of playing them off of one another, negotiating, then violence, and this process of pushing outward slowly and kind of chipping it away like a slow-moving ethnic cleansing is really kind of how Israel has operated, by and large. So it's however, it's a very compressed time frame, whereas like America did this over 400 years, Israel has done this over the course of 80.
Right, right. And in fact, I think Elon Pape, I can't remember the exact term he uses, but he does call it kind of like a, I can't remember the exact phrase, but it's something like a protracted ethnic cleansing, something along those lines. So yeah, that definitely aligns with, kind of what you're describing, right? And the commonality between like the conquest of the West, right, in the United States, and then Israel as it's trying to, particularly in the West Bank, right?
Well, it's notable, I think, that and it's hard for me to judge because Israel kicking off with Gaza is a once every 2 year thing at this point. To the point where when it happened the night of, I was talking to some people, and somebody said, "Oh yeah, there's a Hamas incursion happening in Israel right now," and it was late. It was late here for me, but it was morning in Israel on October 7th when all this was happening. The scale wasn't immediately apparent to me, and even after the scale of Hamas's attack was apparent, I still didn't necessarily believe that Israel was going to attack Gaza with such absolute disregard for the conventions of warfare, basically. It was unprecedented. Like, it would have made sense, and I would have expected something along the lines of previous incursions that they've made to strike out at targets, which cause civilian casualties and are immensely damaging to the Palestinian people. But the absolute scale of what's happened over the last year or so in Gaza has been, I don't know if it's precedented. As a matter of fact, even the conservative casualty figures, I think, are the most severe that it's been since the Nakba in 48, 49.
Right. And of course, there is the fact that what's happening sort of in Gaza is also something that the reasoning why I think it's also just on a completely different scale, and why some people certainly did not think, was because the response came back so quickly, and then so much of the justification and also the things like the usage of the Samson directive, etc., right, like were used right away, right, and were revealed to have happened, right, and have only, as time goes on, right, been shown to have been more the case than not. And then you also have like that issue with Zaka, where like they were given credence with their allegations, particularly about like the 40 babies, to where even President Biden talked about it, but then it turns out that was fabricated, and that's kind of what we were speaking a little bit about prior to us starting our conversation. Yes, and another thing too is that it is being compared to other genocides, in particular Rwanda, because of its speed, right? Because Rwanda lasted 100 days, thereabouts, and so people have made this, like the people that are making these comparisons, particularly when it comes to the fact that, there is now the question right before the ICJ and the ICC, but also just, genocide study scholars, etc., right? Like, can we consider this a genocide? Which, I mean, I know we were kind of alluding to the fact that people want to see it as an instantiation of a particular prior one, right? But definitely, like, I've seen the people trying to see the metrics, right, and trying to say, oh, it's happening faster than, at a faster rate than Rwanda did, right, or on an even more severe scale than Srebrenica in terms of, it's definitely one of those things where like the different disciplines, right, that kind of discuss these things, right, from history to international law to etc., are themselves, still in wait to begin actually investigating and actually coming with even beginning to ask the questions that will, one day bear a conclusion, right? So
Yeah, I think there is a certain amount of this that defies our ability to kind of process it on a certain level. There are definitely bad actors who are trying to obscure things. Yeah, I don't know what to do about fix that, guys. I think it's just connection problems. Complain to my homeowners association. Sorry. Uh, no, there's a certain amount of this that defies our ability to process it on a level two. So, like, for example, when the UN reports came out from the Commission about October 7th, and just the 2 months, or rather the 3 months, October into December, that they've investigated and released a report on so far, the scale is just almost incomprehensible on a certain level. You're basically watching this in real time. It's like, it's very difficult, particularly when we talk about Israel, because Israel is kind of poorly understood here in America. We have a very bad relationship with Israel in a certain sense. You have those evangelical Christians who look at Israel in this kind of unhealthy way where they want the country to exist to bring about the apocalypse, and you have the Israelis who take advantage of that. We have sat through a great deal of propaganda in the United States talking about how Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. And that's just not the case anymore. Likud, or a party relatively close to Likud, has been in power now for nigh on 30 years. They've effectively become a one-party state. And the things that Israel says in the past, there was that whole bit with the Jewish Chronicle where they uncritically published government reports. All of that has turned into a state where, like, we don't get good information out of Israel anymore. And it's very hard to do these investigations. The thing that I'm most afraid of is that we will never really get conclusive evidence, that it's always going to sit in this gray debate zone, because, like, no one denies that Rwanda was a genocide. Rwanda itself is despite its problems, very much set on fixing that legacy. No one denies that Cambodia, for example, was a genocide. They are going to argue this, and Israel's going to make it that it's an arguable gray area for a very long time. And in that, there might not ever really be a restitution available to the Palestinians.
yes, I mean, especially because there are also the historical consequences of the Nakba and the Nukhba, right, which is 48, 49, well, technically starting in 47, but still, that's besides the point, and also 67, and now this, right, in particular because of the fact that you have the whole-scale destruction of any chance of habitability in the Gaza Strip, right? Like I was mentioning to chat before, that the estimation currently, as it stands, is that it would take about 20 years just to clear the rubble. And so that is before you could even begin to build anything. Back in Gaza, you would have to remove all the rubble because there's like unexploded ordnance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's all this stuff that's there that you can't really do until then. But we also won't ever know, like, for example, like the true figure of the fatalities, right? That's why, like, when Ralph Nader and earlier, like in June, with the Lancet saying it could be as much as 186,000, or when Ralph Nader came out with the other report by other scholars that had mentioned that that they are estimating it's about 300,000 fatalities as of when it was published. I mean, that's 1 in 6 Gazans having passed, right? But we don't know, right? Like, that's something that we just don't will not
We
be.
don't have the data.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's no way we could ever know. Like, we only know whatever whenever the health ministry itself is able to connect an individual with their Israeli provided identification numbers. That's it. So, and
Yeah, that's been a problem that I've kind of sat on for a while. When I talk about this, I generally tend to cite the Gaza Health Ministry's current figures because they're bad enough, right? It's 160,000 casualties, about 40,000 dead, 10,000 missing, and over 120,000 wounded, right? That's bad enough to be getting on with to talk about the concept of genocide. But like the reality is that the systems inside Gaza are functionally gone. There isn't really a functioning system anymore that can support the people of Gaza or even keep track of those things. So as this has gone on, it is reasonable to assume that the death toll is significantly higher. And that's going to turn into like the after effects of a conflict too, right? You don't just have the people who die in the conflict, you have the people who die because the services have collapsed. There's basically no hospital system standing in Gaza, to my understanding, at this point that's safe. And that the way that Israel has repeatedly targeted those hospitals has been unconscionable.
Yes, for sure. And especially now that it's begun also to do that in parts of the West Bank, right? Particularly in Tulkarm and also Jenin, right? It's just like where, you have the PA that, disarmed so many people in the West Bank and everything. But yes, when it comes to Gaza, I forget how many times they've like besieged Al Ahli hospital, but it's like more than 3 times from what I can recall just off the top of my head, where they've besieged the same hospital. You already have, I mean, essentially, for example, the hospital morgue is non-functional because there's nothing they can do. I mean, there's nothing that they can do to help preserve or to, you know what I mean, like all of the stuff that is typically done, just because the casualty rate is so high, and even basic anesthetics, let alone the stuff for embalming, etc., is just gone. So in terms of that, like that's another thing, right? And we do know that we are gonna, when there begins to be the start of some of those investigations, we are going to find things that, even now we did not expect there to be. Like right now, people are saying, oh, we know we're going to find possibly, mass graves here, there, blah, 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 whatever. But even that is like, we honestly just do not even comprehend the scale, because, when you have 2 million people trapped in this very small, 25-mile by 7-mile space, with almost 6 nuclear bombs at Hiroshima in terms of kilotonnage dropped on them already. It's like, honestly, I am not expecting even in a decade to even have accurate, estimates that we can assess, right, or try to make some, try to really comprehend the scale of what's going on, for sure.
There is to my mind, and it keeps playing in the back of my mind as I'm doing this like research. Gaza basically is functionally destroyed. I'm not entirely certain it's ever recoverable, particularly given the continuation of the circumstances. Because this is another thing that Israel's great at. They're absolutely fantastic at leveling infrastructure that the Palestinian Authority or Hamas would need to become a legitimate government and stay a legitimate government, and then blaming them for the lack of their inability to provide services. And like, this is that on a massive scale, and it, like, let's suppose that tomorrow they get a ceasefire in place. Best case scenario, we kick off again in 2026. It's like clockwork. Every 2 years, there's a Gaza fight, right? Best case scenario is this starts all over again in 2 years, and they never get a chance to recover. The only real solution at hand here is a peace treaty, an actual one, and that's problematic because there's so many things like built into the assumption of the two-state solution that just screw Palestine over. The two-state solution, as it's been advanced by Israel, isn't a state, to be perfectly frank. It sets them up for failure. Even if you hand over the entire West Bank, kick out all the settlers, not a small prospect, by the way, and let them rebuild Gaza, they need massive investment to even build like an economy to do any of this in the first place. There's every thought in the world to me that, like, suppose we get a peace treaty tomorrow, it'll just turn into a failed state.
Right, and I mean the way how I've always sort of and the way how I've always shorthanded it, right, and is the two-state solution is the apartheid solution, right? At least that is in the most basic way I could describe it, because what you're saying is true, right? There is no functional state that could be on one that could retake and rehouse, rehabilitate, etc. The millions of refugees, right? That have the right to return, right? And this was something that the UN has said so. The ICJ has said so, right? In its advisory opinion, right? And and also here's just one quick point too that I want to make, since I mentioned the ICJ thing. I actually did not expect for the case for the advisory opinion about the West Bank and Gaza to ever be considered by the court. Like the fact that they did say that yes, Israel is occupying the West Bank and Gaza, and that it needs to remove the settlers and I would have never have thought. I mean, because before, such cases were just like never really allowed in the first place. They were never like taken up by the court. So to have seen it happen, right? But like, yes, you're right. Like, in the sense that Palestine, especially even now, is made so that it is, fail. It is failed, right? It was never. It wasn't failing at any point. It was failed, a priori, essentially.
Yeah, you posted today the concept of a one-state solution,
Mm-hmm.
and then did a cathedral discussion.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I get that it's heresy to suggest it, but that might be the only viable long-term solution for the region. The problem that you encounter at that point is that Israel, the Israeli right, and that's much of the country, to be frank,
Mm-hmm.
is invested in the concept of an ethno-state, which is detrimental to Israel in the long term because it's going to basically guarantee that Israel collapses itself. Ethno-states are bad ideas. They are inherently reactionary, so they have to stand opposed to basically the changing of time and how cultures evolve over time. You already see those deep divisions in Israeli society, particularly over the last 2 years, but even before October 7th, when they were having those protests about the changing of the courts and this further power grab by Netanyahu and Likud broadly. So like Israel itself would have been a failed state. Like, people forget how bleak Israel was in the 40s and 50s. Very poor, uh, very aggressively like difficult conditions for a lot of people who are moving there. Uh, by and large, what allowed Israel to succeed is a massive amount of foreign investment from very dedicated people outside of Israel. And like a two-state solution would basically, to do that, Palestine would need not these requirements that Israel has control of their borders and their water and their foreign relations. They would need their own ability to do that, and they need an expat faction that is willing to do that as well. So like the two-state solution would either require such a massive investment of reparations, and I think there's a case to be made. There's obviously a case to be made for Israel and the United States, but there's probably a case to be made for the United Kingdom paying those reparations too.
Oh, for sure.
But even that wouldn't be sufficient to do the kind of heavy lifting and nation building that we have to envision there.
Right, especially because you have, and I believe I had also mentioned this in that somewhere in that discussion earlier about when there was discussion about lawsuits, right? And I was bringing up the fact that in Canada they had recently gotten rid of the charitable status or the charity status of the JNF, or the Jewish National Fund, right? Because that was one of the principal organizations that to in the United States loves to sell itself as innocuous. In fact, there are shows even going back to like the 70s. I can't even remember what the show is, but like they have someone dress up as a rabbi. I know it's just like, old television, old American television. And then they start saying, what are you trying to get me to do? Buy trees for your country, right? But that is something that the JNF does, right? It tries to sell itself as like, oh, well, we will plant a tree in your name, we will blah blah blah, right? They even have an investment arm where you can get if you donate it all to the JNF, all your life savings essentially, right? You get an annuity essentially. Which is in my mind ridiculous, but the main thing is like the purchase and expulsion of Palestinians early on, like this is pre-1948, was done by organizations like like the JNF, and even to this day, a lot of the land that is stolen, and then deeds are made that are Israeli, and they don't, et cetera, like all the different methods that are used. So many of those are tied to the JNF using the excuse of them planting trees or them dedicating something. And usually, when this is what I found to be so strange, is that the JNF is known to have uprooted like 1,000-year-old olive trees in order to plant trees that are invasive. I mean, in the sense that they are foreign trees, especially in northern Israel, to the point where now Israel, historical Palestine never was known for having large wildfires. Now it is, because they planted a whole bunch of pine trees, right? Like European pine trees, and they dry up and catch fire. And so it's like this really weird thing where it's like, yeah, you're kind of doing the thing, but in a really, in a sort of an abstracted way, like the settler colonialism project via these trees. But yes, like it would require there to be also the reparations that were paid not to the Holocaust survivors themselves, right? This was something that the Jewish Agency for Israel lobbied, and especially, the United States. I mean, Norman Finkelstein writes about this in the Holocaust industry, but there are other people that have written about this. But, most prominently, his book goes into this, that Germany, instead of setting it up so that people could apply to Germany's foreign ministry or whatever it might be, instead the state of Israel said, we will take the money and then disperse it. But it never really did that. In fact, there are people who to this day that were survivors of concentration camps that never received anything, not one red cent from the reparations that Germany paid out. And because I just spoke about Norman, his mother only got a one-time payment of like $2,500, and that was it. Like they never paid her anything else.
Yeah, It's probably worth noting that most Holocaust survivors who live in Israel live there in poverty. Extreme poverty, as a matter of fact. So, like, Israel has never been there's a lot to go into any discussion of reparations, I think. Like how you distribute that and how it works. Um there's probably a lesson to be taken from our own formats for indigenous cultures and their current way they get money on reservations. There's a lot that can go wrong in reparations. I don't know. At the same time, I don't know how whole we could ever make someone from the Holocaust, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there is an advantage to the fact that, like, that there's an idea in my head where, like, there's an advantage to giving it to a country that allows that country to invest that on that person's behalf. But that clearly hasn't happened in the case of Israel, because you can have this population that is there's this population that immigrated to Israel with the promise of having a Jewish state, who now live basically in poverty. And it's worse when you look at the systems around international relations with Israel, how much of an advantage they have. They don't have the same kind of restrictions that other countries do. They enjoy a lot of when you get down to it, a lot of privileges, things that we wouldn't let anyone else get away with, and how they get funding and support.
Right. I mean, like it was very strange to me when, when is it Walter Masterson? Is that his name? But he did that thing where he was like, "Oh, I'm just a real estate agent, but I want to find out about like the land that they were trying to sell that's in Gaza, that they already were like parceling off and trying to like get investors in it." And I'm like, what a weird thing to like already try to get people to essentially get that pool of money, knowing that when it comes down to it over justice for the Palestinians or a large pool of money in our capitalist world, they're going to choose the large pool of money. And that is one of those things, like precisely like what you're saying, that like in order to build the one state solution, which in effect there is a one state solution, but there is only a very small, very privileged amount of people for whom like that benefits, and the people who benefit least off of it, so to speak, are actually for whom it's detrimental is the Palestinians. Because they're kind of in this archipelago of, cities that have like for example, like I don't know if you ever went over, I can't remember right now off the top of my head, but if you ever went over when Destiny and others went to Israel and then they crossed the Green Line into the West Bank. But he did a debate with Yishai Fleischer, who's like a huge propagandist, an actual war criminal, etc. Twice over. Is like he was talking about the sterile zone, and I'm like, just thinking about that phrase, like, yes, we had to create a Palestine free sterile zone, so that way like you don't have to interact with them, right? And it's just this very strange thing where like there are charitable organizations that you can pay, including into Yishai Fleischer's little org that he has, which is why I was very adamant to say that like Destiny giving him airtime, Destiny giving him attention, right? Who knows, maybe even money, like for the tour around Al Khalil, right, could count in some cases as aiding and abetting. I'm not saying for sure that is what that is, but I'm saying there are people for whom it could definitely count. Because
there are two huge problems here. First of all, Destiny is a garden variety psychopath.
well,
just to let's put it mildly, he is not the kind of person you want to bring home to mom. Broadly speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, here's the first problem. If we look at Israel, by and large, what do? They have a whole bunch of systems that effectively terrorize the Palestinian population in the West Bank and Gaza. And then what happens is once those civilians get done terrorizing them, they run to the skirts of the IDF, occupying forces, and the IDF protects them. Basically, Israel has become a state sponsor of terrorism in all but official designation.
Oh yeah.
Problem with citing Destiny's particular case is that he's not going to be tried at international court. If anything, he would be
Oh, of
tried in a
course.
federal court, where we do not recognize that Israel is a state sponsor of terrorism and that what they're doing is terrorism. Like you had Clinton in the 90s specifically citing the fact that, oh, the West Bank settlers can't be doing terrorism because bulldozers aren't equivalent to bombs. Aren't they? Both of them are knocking down houses. Like,
Yeah.
come on now, dude. So, like, all of these things, the system is like, we carve out these special exceptions, rhetorical exceptions for Israel, really, when you get down to it, because they're not practical exceptions. We carve out these rhetorical exceptions all the time for Israel. And then if you even push back a little bit, then Israel does, oh, no, I'm just a small boy, you can't hurt me,
Yeah.
type shit, which drives me absolutely batty, to be frank. But, like, there is not really a honest discussion that is happening in the that's not true. I want to be fair to some of the people I've talked to. Among military historians and military officers, there's a very low level discussion going fuck, Israel's screwed. But there is, for the political class, no honest discussion about Israel right now. That is a precursor to any kind of real solution coming out of this. Is basically, we have to start talking about this honestly, and we have to call a rake a rake.
Right, and see, like, that's one of those things where, like, the fact that there is so much, collusion and so, all of these other things, right? I mean, like, I know people have different ways of expressing, right, what Israel is and its relationship vis-a-vis the United States, right? The United States, I should say, right, as it being, its permanent aircraft carrier in the Middle East and all of these other things, right, and then with the UK, right, it was supposed to be, it's I guess its own aircraft carrier, so to speak, in relation to Suez, etc. But like the amount of and I've mentioned this book before, but I don't know if you've ever read it. It's called Border Optics: Surveillance Cultures on the U.S.-Mexico Frontier. And the reason why I bring it up is because in Camilla Fojes's book, she's talking about something that Anthony Lowenstein later on, like, writes another book about that's more, in depth. But essentially speaking, how a lot of the border surveillance and violence producing stuff that, like, the Border Patrol, DHS, IMS, etc., right, is first tested on the Palestinians, right? So, like, the United States also invests in Israel because it essentially has a trapped population on whom to test it on human subjects, right? And so, there are many aspects of that too, right, where the fact that that the United States is always willing to veto any action that would harm the state of Israel, or even when it comes to an ICJ decision or ICC decision, right? Whether or not, right, Netanyahu would ever face any consequence of that is is something that we will not be certain of, right? In fact, if anything, the chances are he's not going to be ever prosecuted, at least not in the ICC, right? But definitely, I mean,
Yeah.
mhm.
I think it's pretty unlikely that he gets prosecuted in Israel at this point. I have a sneaking suspicion that he's going to be successful at his redesign of the judiciary in that regard. There is, I think, a worthwhile point that you talk about is Israel is a bad ally to the United States. We gain nothing from them anymore, at all, strategically speaking. Just particularly when you countenance that we can get anything that we might have got from Israel from other safer countries in the Middle East. They are an albatross around the Americans' policy, neck policy-wise in the Middle East. and have been for some time. And it's worth noting, particularly if you look at the peace process as a larger whole. You have the 1978 Camp David Accords, where they negotiate the peace between Israel and Egypt. Jimmy Carter does, right? And this is really unique that Carter, for what it's worth, holds Israel's feet to the fire in returning territory to Egypt to get them to be induced to sign this treaty in the first place. And it turns out that this has been fairly successful. Same can be said of Jordan. And Jordan's even a more unique case because they return territory as well, but they lease out territory from Jordan that they want to continue to operate on.
That's right.
Now you turn around in the late 90s and you get to Syria, and they try to pull shenanigans about the Golan Heights, and Syria rejects the plan outright because they didn't get the same deal that Egypt and Jordan gets. There is a degree, there was a period of time, and it kind of switched around Reagan, and Ronald Reagan is where bad things in our recent history emerged in the United States, right?
Yeah.
There's this period of time where we kind of start, playing second fiddle to Israeli policies in the Reagan administration, and this continues onward for some time afterwards. That makes all of everything we've tried to do with Israel much less successful since then. So there's a case to be made that the United States is more effective, would be much more effective if they had a tighter rein on Israel. It's much more a tail wagging the dog situation now than it ever has been. And that's largely why I have a hard time with this. I've been having a hard time with this Camp David video essay because when you read American accounts of what happened, it just seems delusional. Like there are like 4 people who knew what was happening, and one of them was not Madeleine Albright, right? Like there's very small amount of people who were in the know on Camp David, and they just screwed the pooch to high heaven.
Mm-hmm. And not only that, but but alongside like Camp David and then Oslo and 2000 and everything, is that it's always on the side of like why aren't the Palestinians willing to be the first, like willing to be willing to give everything up or like back down, right, when it's so clear that the United States and Israel, because it's backed by the United States, have nothing to lose, right? Whereas Palestine, if it drops its guard, so to speak, will lose everything, right? And that's why, like when people bring up, there was a chance where they could have, like when people do that thing, there were this many times that they were offered peace, blah blah blah, right? Like at Camp David, pardon me, not at Camp David, I should say, at Oslo, and then Madrid and everything, is that one of those things is that it's always making it seem as though the Palestinians writ large, or even embodied in the PLO, somehow had an equal seat at the table with the state of Israel and the United States, right?
Well, that's the mechanical part of it that I find interesting, like to talk about, because we talk about the Palestinians, right? Mm-hmm. And this is not useful in a certain sense. There is not a unified political movement in Palestine, and there never has been. And that's what's allowed Israel to do what they've done. So, like, going back to Madrid is a perfect example. The PLO has observer status at Madrid. They are cast off to the side. Yasser Arafat, broadly speaking, is trusted by Israel and the United States. They bring in what they presume are moderate Palestinians to negotiate about this. And the Israelis, and by extension the United States, find the Palestinians' position unacceptable. They're like, well, we want you to stop building settlements at a bare minimum, and we want this, this, and this. And they're like, no, screw you. We're not going to talk to you anymore. We're going to take our toys and go home. A few years later, you get the Oslo Accords, which specifically elevate the PLO, who just a few years ago were terrorists who could not be negotiated with. Right? Elevates the PLO and forms a Palestinian Authority, and they make a bunch of demands of the Palestinian Authority, which they take on because they want the power, but they can't necessarily enforce, and that Israel isn't a partner in enforcing. And to make matters worse, it's not even just that. Like, that's the first premiership of Netanyahu coming up quick, right? And he specifically sabotages Oslo Accords in order to develop his own new settlements. And then afterwards, the supposedly liberal Barak does the same thing. So we don't talk about these things properly with the amount of nuance they need. And we kind of, again, present this as a case of, oh, the Palestinians are unreasonable. When the reality is that Israel doesn't seem that interested in peace. They seem invested, even though not everyone talks about it, in this concept of Greater Israel. Like, you've seen the maps, I'm sure, of Israeli accounts still going, we should reoccupy the Sinai, which won't go well for them because Egypt has been preparing for that for 50 years now. But still. And then there's the question of, like, from the river to the sea in Likud's declaration doesn't necessarily mean the Jordan River. Sometimes they're talking about the fucking Euphrates. So, this concept of Greater Israel is very much alive and well on the Israeli right, and any challenge to that they see as unacceptable. So really, like, people have talked about the fact that, oh, Netanyahu must go. I'm like, no, you basically need to get rid of 90%, 99% of the whole Knesset before you have a reasonable party to talk to. And you have to give the Palestinians this opportunity to form these institutions that can even take over a state in the first place. And that's not happening.
Right.
And every time it does, you get the moderate Palestinians co-opted by the PLO. Israel allows the PLO to co-opt them, and then Israel allows Hamas to co-opt the Palestinian Authority, and they can play this game for as long as they stay alive, basically, without really being challenged on it, unless somebody sticks their foot up their ass. And it's going to have to be us, to be frank. And I think we might be a decade or two away from that. The question is, do we have enough time before the situation collapses? And I don't know if we do.
No, I definitely see what you mean about, like, there are definitely, especially because of October 7th and everything that's happened since then, right? That was never anticipated, was never, I mean, so to speak, like, had it been like in 2014 or in 2012 or in 2008, where you had, the mowing of the grass, right? That you had in Gaza, it was different, right? It was, yes, there were all, war crimes, et cetera, yes. But now that you have the wholesale destruction of the entire Gaza Strip, to the point where, like, all of the groundwater, even the aquifer below, is contaminated. You have polio now. You have, let alone all the other contractable viruses and diseases that people are having problems with. But another thing too is that, yes, like, with Halikud, right, which is what you get when with Menachem Begin, right, is that's when you begin to get people, well, with Netanyahu in particular, right, like, it should not be forgotten that just before Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated, in what is now called Rabin Square, but back then was just part of Mayor Park. It was Netanyahu that said that, was essentially calling for violence against him, and he's never faced any consequences about that. And so the fact that it was a fundamentalist Israeli, essentially Zionist.
He was a college student, if I recall, like a very young man who assassinated.
Yeah, because I always have to try to not confuse him with Baruch Goldstein, because that's something I was going to bring up in relation to the Destiny thing, because, like, Yishai, he chose to show that in the background for a reason. Like, you do not show the site of, like, the most horrendous settler massacre of Palestinians in your background, right? Like in that way, just for nothing, right? Like it's not just a pure accident. Like he chose a studio with ground with ceiling to floor windows just facing the Ali Ibrahimi Mosque, right? And then went on to like deny the suffering of the Palestinians, right? So, but the point being that yes, that like Netanyahu was saying things like that were active calls to violence. Then it was taken upon someone to do that violence, and then. Even now, right? Like you have many people, and I've heard this from people, like, but even back when I was still Hasidic, like sometimes I would hang around people that weren't necessarily Hasidic, but they were still like modern Orthodox, is what they would say here in America. But them saying that like, oh, Netanyahu, like with all of his faults, he's the only person capable of leading the state of Israel. And I always felt that that's like that doesn't make any sense, right? Isn't the whole point that it's a democracy, blah blah blah, But it's not, right? Like it's like he's the person that can complete the task that Ben Gurion couldn't, right? That's in essence what they are saying, and so that is one of those things too that like another thing, just a quick thing I want to add here, and then I'll pass it off to you, is the fact that Israel has also changed, at least in one sense, in that it expelled Meir Kahane. I think it was in '83. It might be later.
Yeah, I think that's 83 or 84.
Right, but now you have Bezalel Smotrich, who and Itmar Ben Gvir, who they are particularly Smotrich is known for speaking with this organization that he forms some part of. I forget, like if he's the chairman or something, but like it's the one that does the Greater Israel map that shows like Jordan, all of historical Palestine, etc. Right? He they are very much Kahanis, just they have not been removed from the parliament, right? So it's like Kahanism has now become even more radicalized and now been given the levers of power that even Mayor Kahane never had, right? Like he was never the minister of finance or the minister of public safety, like Bezalel. And
that one's a big one, actually. I've noticed reports coming out of Israel of increasingly dangerous police repression against Israelis who speak out against the regime. That's, I think, the truth of Israel that people don't get, is that they're not a democracy anymore. They are. They have taken a page from Putin's Russia and how they've structured themselves in a very real way. And like, it's hard for me not to make these comparisons too, particularly with all the stuff we've done on Ukraine in the last 2 years. And all the stuff we've now been working on in Israel. It's hard for me not to see the parallels.
Mm-hmm.
They've essentially become a one-party state, like a democracy in name only. You see all these stories about Likud ministers engaging in corruption in such a way as to neuter political opposition. And then you see these people like Gavir and whatnot, and all these particularly radical ministers that Netanyahu entered into an alliance with. And we pretend there's a huge distinction between Likud and them, and there really isn't.
Right.
They're just much more willing to engage in that kind of violence on behalf of what is basically a very large Israeli right-wing coalition. To the point that like we've kind of Netanyahu has been a figure, and a majorly distrusted figure, as far as most Americans are concerned, in Israeli politics for some time, except for Trump, who decided to screw us over even more efficiently there too. But like you mentioned, the Golan Heights and the recognizing of the capital as Jerusalem was a kick in the teeth.
Yeah, as well as the Abraham Accords as well. So
yeah, the problem that we run into again and again and again is the Palestinians don't have anyone on their side. It's a simple fact. If tomorrow the United States decided to stop vetoing things in the UN, Russia would pick it up, because the Soviet Union has long been a friend to Israel too, and they would love an opportunity to divide the United States and Israel. All of these things are a problem for Palestine. But the thing of the Palestinians is they just haven't laid down and died the way the Israelis hoped they would. And they aren't going to. So we face the prospect of like an endless fight, which works for the Israeli right because they need an enemy so that no one notices how much they're screwing over their own population, right? But it doesn't really work for people who want to see this resolved. And like it becomes exponentially dangerous because Israel keeps trying to drag us into a war. Like, consider all the stuff that's happened in the last 2 days. The pagers exploding and the radios exploding. Why did they do this now? And I think the answer is because if they did this now while the United States naval presence is still in the region, they can supplement their defenses with our own. Because their defenses wouldn't last long against Hezbollah flinging a couple thousand rockets against them. But we can shoot those down pretty well.
Right. And
So,
sorry, go ahead.
so like, why did this happen now? It doesn't really seem to have a military objective. It just seemed to be because they could.
Right, and the one thing I was mentioning is like the fact that now they've also attacked people who were in the, again, like same thing with what happened with the chief diplomat of the political wing of Hamas, not Yahya Sinwar, who is of the militant wing, right? Because Israel loves to portray it as though there is no difference between any of them, but there was a substantial difference. One being that over here you have the person who was killed in Tehran never participated in any militant activities ever in his life, was part of the political wing and lived in Qatar and etc., right? But another thing too is that you have that with Hezbollah, where they do have a political wing that runs in the Lebanese parliamentary elections, which are still sectarian, which is why Israel in particular has had an outsized role in playing divide and conquer, right, in Lebanon, because of the sectarianist constitution that they have. So one aspect of that is that one of the MP's son was killed via one of the pager detonations, and it's like now you have someone who does have state power, right? Someone who does sit in the halls of power. That's not a militant that you can brush aside. Now you have someone in the parliament. I don't even know if there are others who have also, but now you have given someone, and again, this maybe I'm not framing it in quite the way I probably could, but it's like I wouldn't run it past him for him to try to avenge his son in some way using the state apparatus now, because he's already in the state apparatus via being a legislator, but also now you have a direct attack upon even people who by definition would be civilians, right? So
There is a problem that Israel has, and they're not good at this, broadly speaking, throughout their military history, of recognizing the distinction between combatant and combatant. They're bad at it. I'll be frank. Let's just be right at the top. The IDF is not nearly as good as some people portray them as. They are pretty shit these days as a military force. They're not effective. And like the Plus 972 magazine articles have been fantastic in highlighting those problems and their unwillingness to even give a crap about the laws of war that they're supposed to. So the principal issue, I think, is twofold. They're perfectly happy to target people en masse. It works for them because they don't expect the consequences to come back on them. And being fair, the only country that's really positioned to do anything about it is Egypt. Syria is still engulfed in their civil war, and Iraq is, largely due to us, also engulfed in a large amount of sectarian violence. So they feel pretty secure at the moment, I think, in reality, from attack. Israel constantly makes this argument of being exposed to, well, if we let our guard down even a minute, they will come and kill us, which isn't really borne out by the history of the conflict
No.
at all. Like it's particularly silly when you get into 48 and 49 and all that, but that's beside the point. Uh, they are in a position right now where they're like, and we don't know all the details yet, but at least a few children were listed among the dead yesterday's action. And like people are trying to make this argument that Israel did some kind of precision attack on Hezbollah, and that's not the case. Like I can't make that argument like from a substantive point of view because you don't know who's holding 4,000 pagers, my dudes. You just don't. Where they are when you blow them up. And now that there's more stuff happening, radios and solar panels apparently. That's
Yeah.
Or maybe not the solar panels. I don't think too many people hang out on their roofs. But like they're doing it because they can, not because it's fulfilling a concrete military objective. And that in and of itself, even if they hit, like, let's suppose out of those 4,000 yesterday, they hit 3,500 terrorists and only 500 civilians. If you don't have a concrete military objective, that strike still isn't legal.
Yeah.
There's got to be something on the other side of it. Okay, I've invested these resources. Where do I sit after I succeed at these objectives? Is one of those vital military things that Israel doesn't do. So, like, it's hard to make an argument that they're justified in these actions.
And we do know that historically speaking, they have done the thing of, actually, this battalion or whatever, they did X thing that we didn't know about, but we're going to give it post hoc clearance, right? Like, that is something that even going back to 47, 48, 49 is something that they are wont to do. So, yeah, for like, that is something that, you know, that the IDF has done. And again, that's the reason why it takes credit for things even when they technically were never even planning to do XYZ thing either. And not only that, but like what you were saying, like about the solar panels, again, we have to like even contextualizing what's happened in Lebanon since, right, the huge explosion in the port of Beirut, right, which decimated, you know, like a whole portion of the main part of the city, right, of its downtown area.
A lot of habitat, like a lot of like residential areas, if I recall.
Right, and so like someone with solar panels, which are not, I mean, they are not cheap. I'll put it like that. They are not inexpensive, right? They are something that if someone has, it's because they, right? It's usually in many cases because like I've been to the Middle East, I've been to Syria, and I've been to Jordan. And like people that did tend to have things like that were people who, for example, could not connect to the grid in any meaningful way, or because the grid just does not work. And that is something that is true in Lebanon, right? Because essentially, you know, they've had hyperinflation, they've had, you know, all of these things stacking up against them since that explosion, but even prior to that. And now you have something like this where even people trying to, you know, use something to deal with the fact that electricity isn't on 24/7. Now even those things, right, can be detonated at the whim of who knows, right? Like we have no, I mean, there are no real objectives at all. And not only that, but like Netanyahu keeps changing them, right? Like now, now we are going to send people back to their homes. Which homes? Like so many of them are destroyed. Some of them were destroyed by the IDF itself. I mean that is another aspect too. Is that like so many of the homes in Kibbutz Be'eri and Nahal Oz, etc., right? Like all these places were destroyed from above, so we know it couldn't have been the people that came through the fence on October 7th. It's like, what home do they have to go back to, right? Like, you know, it's more of a rhetorical thing, but it's all based on this idea that like by us attacking Lebanon, particularly increasingly deeper into the country, somehow that's going to make people return back to their homes. And it's like that doesn't go that doesn't make any sense, even tactically, because like all what you're doing now um, is giving more incentive, if anything, for Hezbollah to begin doing more strikes. Because now you're angering more parts of the country that are not like controlled by Hezbollah, which is typically restricted to the southern part of Lebanon. So and I know I shared this earlier today, but like even the what's his name, Ariel Yalon, had announced that the IDF is at top or at the highest readiness, right, for an incursion or for action, I think is how he worded it, right, in Lebanon. And I'm thinking, you're over here moving, battalions and stuff from Gaza, right, and from the Gaza envelope over to northern Israel. Like, what do you think you're doing? You know what I mean? It's like, that is not like Gaza is a completely isolated, right, imprisoned population. Lebanon is not, right. And in fact, if I can just add one last quick thing before I pass it on to you, is the fact that I actually found this out when I was researching for. I wanted to do a kind of like, for the last article, I was thinking of doing a like, what's happened until now type of thing, just like a very quick summary article. But I found out that all of the insurance companies for traveling insurance, none of them will underwrite travel insurance for anyone going to the state of Israel. And I'm like, now that I've never seen before, right? Because that's something that has always been a thing, right? Because Lebanon is one thing, but when it's the state of Israel, then that says something else as well. So,
Well, I think that, not to belabor the comparison, but we watched last winter and this winter Russia's targeting of Ukraine's power grid, right? And how many people said that was, out of bounds and horrible? And I haven't seen the same thing today about the targeting of these solar panels in Lebanon. And I think one of those things that you kind of get into, and like, I don't know how many of my streams you've watched with Commander. We've talked a little bit about the mechanics. Bad militaries have a very difficult time doing precision objectives. You see that with Israel's military, right, in Gaza. You see that with Russia, particularly early on in the conflict. Bad militaries that are faced with competent, near-peer opponents tend to get better. So Russia's military has gotten much better over the course of the last 2 years. Israel's has not, because they have sat there and been an occupying force for a very long time. What happens when they go into Lebanon, which was brutal, a slugging match for them in 2006, and they encounter the same kind of resistance that they don't have the control over the way they do in Gaza? Like in Gaza, they've got everybody in a little box, which is really helpful, by the way, if you want to shoot at people, putting them in a box. That's not the case in Lebanon, like you pointed out. And now you have a population of Lebanon that over the last 2 days has learned they very much have to fear the Israeli military that's about to cross their border. They're not going to sit back and take that. They're going to fight, and people are going to die, and then Israel's going to claim they need to be ever more severe in order to do that. And like, no, there aren't politicians in the United States who are questioning this result. Like, just, what was it, yesterday? Somebody asked a Muslim American, do you support Hamas? Or do you condemn Hamas? Like, what the fuck, dude? Yes, we can reasonably assume that the person doesn't support Hamas. Why are you asking this question? And it's good political points, because there is very little in the United States. There's no equivalent to AIPAC for the Palestinians. And like, I know I'm going to get yelled at by Brianna Wu again.
Again.
I'm okay with it though. About bringing this up, but like, AIPAC isn't required to register as foreign agents, even though they're advancing a foreign country's cause What kind of screwed up crap is this? I have a right to ask if that's a little fishy. Just a little bit. Um, it's one of those exceptions we carve out for Israel.
Right, and then there's another one that comes to mind too when it comes to arms shipments. Um, Israel is the only country for which, if we give armaments to, we don't have to try to assess whether or not it could be used for potential like war crimes, etc. That's something that is only done after they have been given, and however long after is at the discretion of the of essentially of the Pentagon. So
So I'm given to understand that the Department of Defense has opened an investigation about the arms shipments to Israel and whether or not they were war crimes, and that is just today. They've opened this investigation.
Well,
Um, I also, to the credit of my friends in the DoD, I know that there has been pushback happening and a battle between state and DoD about all of this. Um, the willingness of the American military apparatus to go along with and openly support Israel has never been high. And now but that's different than opposing it. Now there's going to be an argument and a discussion. And that's where, if the policy is going to change, it's going to change because we make the argument that it's not a defensible strategic policy. Because no one does foreign policy by whether or not it's moral or not how it's done. So the wheels are turning that I think that are going to change the situation.
yes, and I think I don't know if you were, I believe you were there when there was that call in, right, of that person that was trying to be like, oh, we have to that where they brought up Mladic and Milosevic and in the call in, or the one call in that went on yesterday, where essentially taking this view of voting for Trump somehow would be a gain towards the left in the United States. Yeah, if they were if President Trump were to be elected and everything, and if all of the things that we know that he intends to do, and let alone all things we don't know, yeah, the amount of recourse that any of these things would have would diminish immensely. And that also even goes to the fact that, the investigations that are starting, right, it's like they take a long time, right? Like that's one thing I keep telling people about, like with the ICJ. It's like they're not going to come back with a verdict within like a year or so. It usually takes 4 to 5 years, thereabouts. And with the ICC, I mean, they haven't even been able to get the warrants issued, right, by the preliminary tribunal. So there's a lot, but now, because Israel has been in fact, its foreign ministry accidentally posted on Twitter a kind of like, oh, we find it to be
They started whining early.
Yeah,
about the arrest warrants.
right, and so now it's like, well, now the now the ICC has no reason not to, because they already know what the response is going to be. So there's a lot of that where it's like now all these investigations are being started, and so that also is part of kind of how it's progressed as well. So, but I do find that really interesting that now you do have a DoD investigation into that. I did have a chatter that had a question, and I'm not. And again, if you know, if you would like to elaborate on it, I would be curious to know as well. And they ask, "Oh my gosh, thank you so much, DJ. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, streamer. Welcome in, raiders. I'm Shakespeare, cultural historian, and we're currently talking about Palestine with Two Guys Talk History, particularly Daedalus. The chatter said, I'm curious what is about Israel's genocidal tactics. What influences or tactics has Israel adopted from other nations or global military practices throughout its history?
Okay, that's a
It's a very big question.
yes, and it's a long question, and it changes depending on when we're talking, right? So, like, to be not helpful, but 47, when you start to see the upkick in violence as it starts to move away from British occupying forces onto the general Palestinian population, um, you see a very kind of like a classic death squad approach to a lot of these groups, Haganah and Irgun engaging in. They go into a village and they massacre the people in the village, which invites retaliation from the less well-organized armed Palestinian groups and onward and onward. And that's kind of how they start. They kind of get their start being that classic thuggish Rwandan style, I'm going to roam through your village and kill you type shit. And those are the organizations that by and large become the IDF throughout the course of the 1948 war. And they just grow and they get better at killing people, basically. And that's kind of where it starts, and that's kind of the impetus of the Nakba. And then they take all this territory because Arab League isn't terribly invested in the war. So that's kind of where it starts, and it changes over time. Like military tactics wise, they build a very effective army for a good 2 decades there, through the 50s and the 60s, by and large by leeching off ideas from other countries, mostly the United States. The second thing that they develop, and they have gotten very good at, and while the quality of their army has declined, the quality of their air force is excellent because they keep buying upgrade packages from us for planes, and they've also bought the F-35, which has made them expensive but superlatively well done. So you have this particular bit where it's not like they've developed a particular set of strategies. They kind of have stuck with a fairly traditional set of like occupation strategies.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if you want to do a very specific chatter thing, you can just go look at Benny Morris talk about what villages were destroyed by Irgun and Haganah. He's an Israeli historian, so I don't think you'd have a particular problem with the bias there.
Mm-hmm. The only other, for that chatter, I would also say, like the ethnic cleansing of Palestine also goes very in detail into specific villages as well, and also goes very into, particularly, and I found this one to be so fascinating, was in Jaffa. The fact that there were second-generation Templars that joined in the pro-Palestinian fight against the occupying Haganah forces, which I'm just like, it's not something you think of, like Templars and the and the Haganah. It's just like one of those things. But yeah.
You're turning into an Assassin's Creed game at that point.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah.
God damn it. Yeah, we just have a chatter who's not particularly enthused with people saying bad things about Israel. No, it's not really debatable. Like, the villages are gone. Well, it's not a point of contention amongst anyone but Israeli propagandists. It's just not.
I mean, even in the IDF archives, even at the stuff that even the public could access, like at the National Library of Israel, there are like multiple texts. I mean, I know that some of them Ilan Pape cites, but literally, like until you have the new historians, right, in the 80s,
yeah,
even the kind of more pro-Israeli sort of the myths and legends of the founding of the state of Israel, even they say that certain places were destroyed because of the fact that it kind of has to be acknowledged, like the Deir Yassin or other places. So yeah.
Well, it's worth pointing out that by and large, Israel is particularly when the partition plan comes out, and why the partition plan wasn't accepted, I imagine, is because you just turned over and gave 5% of the local population at the time of the partition 55% of the territory. No matter how this played out, you would have seen mass displacement of Palestinians. Had they accepted the partition plan, they would have had, by and large, some of the same effects as had they not. So there's no real impetus for the Palestinians to accept the partition plan, right? At that time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it turns into a very one-sided discussion that, like, oh, why didn't the Palestinians just accept the plan? Like, why? Who would do that? And that's not even taking the superficial problems with the partition plan. Like, oh, there's a whole bunch of non-contiguous territory that you now have to administer and govern without a government. That'll be easy to do.
Right. And also the fact that who gave anybody, let alone the British or the United Nations, the right to partition said land in the first place? That's always one of those things where people kind of don't consider that question. Like, well, the Palestinians, it's not as though they were the ones who said, oh, we're willing to partition the land. No, it was imposed upon them from the outside. So that's one of the foundational questions that also needs to be thought about, and which historians have focused on is the fact that like even Benny Morris, and again even the biographer, I can't remember his name right now, of Ben Gurion, even he talks about that, because Ben Gurion, he says, he writes it in a very passive voice, but essentially that Ben Gurion and the Jewish Agency for Israel Representation, or for Palestine back then, but the Zionist organization, the World Zionist Organization representatives present at the UN, that they accepted the partition plan cynically, quote unquote, because they already knew that they were never going to abide by the borders in the first place. That comes from Ben Gurion's diaries, right? Like this comes from their own writings, the founding fathers of Israel. So.
Yeah, I think that's probably, like, on the one hand, I get that it is a foundational question. Going forward, though, I don't know if it's a question that's settleable, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
like, when we talk about the solution to the problem, there has to be a way, we have to eventually go and say, well, what's happened has happened. Now we need to figure out what we can do justly with what we have. And I think, like, Resolution 242 is probably the best place to start. Yeah, you don't get to keep the West Bank. You don't get to keep Gaza. You don't get to keep the Golan Heights. Sorry, no can do. And let's work it from there.
Wait, who's 91? Sorry, someone is saying that someone's 91. Oh, Chuck Grassley? Yeah. Anyway. Yes, it's I mean, again, like, that's why, like, with historians, it's not about trying to provide some definitive answer. It's about trying to it's a hermeneutical process, or processes, as I would argue, when it comes to writing historiography, because it's not as though we're trying to have one version of the truth and then that's it, right? But anyway, that's neither here nor there. That's a whole different point. But yes, when it comes to, though, it's I had mentioned this before, and this is my answer to that chatter's question, is that my chatter's question is that we do know that one of the tactics that influenced the Dahia doctrine, which began by Eisenkot, who is also still in a military position now in Gaza, even though his son and his nephew have passed away in combat, was influenced, interestingly enough, by Mussolini's southern campaign during the Second Italo-Ethiopian War, which is the idea of, like, power targets. But that's the only other, like, that's all I know. I only know of this influence because of the fact that there was the discussion of, like, previous times that the usage of power targets was useful for the the collapse of sort of untrained militias, right? Which is what the Italians are trying to do in southern Ethiopia. So anyway, that's my
Yeah. I think that's another good example of a campaign where a bad military has to adapt on the fly, and they do it in a real wet fashion. Ethiopia, generally, the Italian campaign in Ethiopia. Like, they weren't prepared for the war they started, and they got their asses kicked for a while.
yeah.
To the point that it's the only country in Africa that has remained uncolonized. Like, Ethiopia was very well prepared for that conflict, and like the brutality that the Italians eventually turned to end that war is certainly an example, but like it's not the only example. So you saw the
Yeah.
same thing happen by the Germans and Italians when they aided the nationalist Spanish and the Spanish. The infancy of air combat created a very different kind of set of incentives, and we saw a lot of brutality in that period being basically done by bombers, which is something that Israel has picked up to this day, but they're not the only ones who've done that. So like, and it's a discussion we kind of had before. When you have these fighters, it's not necessary to do it this way. Fighter jets can very precisely, with their onboard computers, place bombs on targets. So like, it's a choice that they're making at that point.
Mm-hmm.
It's always nice. It's always nice when the people, when the propagandists hit my stream. Good fun. Hate views are still views. So thank you much.
So one other aspect that I sort of thought that we could discuss would be sort of like and again, we can approach this however you would like. Well, actually, you know what? I wanted to also ask you, were there any topics or any questions that you sort of had that you wanted to discuss?
Well, I didn't have a plan for this today because I'm bad at my job. The stuff I've been focusing primarily on has been the nuances around Camp David negotiations in 2000.
Right.
And like that's an ongoing process. And like what'll happen is, this is more an impression, I'll pick up my reading material. I've got a huge set of stuff I've found. I'll pick up my reading material and I'll start reading this, and then I just get pissed at it because it's so outrageous, like cynical the way it went down. I guess what insights you have around that process, that particular period, would be kind of like where I'd want to focus around that particular time, that Oslo Accords into the Camp David process.
Right. Well, I mean, like for me, like then that sort of opens the discussion to looking at how, you have the PLO being in Lebanon, right, and then that becoming a big issue, right, with in '82. So that's sort of like the lead up to because Camp David is 79, if I'm correct, right? Because that's with Jimmy Carter, right? Am I correct?
Jimmy Carter Camp David Accords is 79, yes.
Yeah, because that's with Egypt, and that's when they signed their peace deal. And so in the aftermath of that, you have Black September, where you have the Jordanians essentially kicking out the PLO from Amman, and they moved to Beirut. And then the civil war begins in '82, which you also involves the incursion of the Israelis, right? And then you have the collusion between the Maronite Christian Phalangist militias and the IDF, because if I may just give a very quick rundown, the contention between the Phalangist militias and the Palestinians was that the French had left Lebanon with a sectarian constitution that gave power based on a census that was taken in 1932, I believe, or something like that. And it gave the Christians a small majority, of 51%. So in their parliament, for every 5 Muslim seats, there had to be 6 Christian seats. But because it was tied to this demographic aspect, they viewed the movement of Palestinian refugees into Lebanon as somehow tipping that balance, even though they're refugees and couldn't vote somehow.
Well,
Yeah, it definitely has parallels to the United States in some ways.
well, it has parallels to the messaging of people like, particularly being pushed by Elon Musk right now, right? They're sending in the immigrants to take over the voting rolls. Like, what? They can't vote.
Right, exactly. And so what ends up happening in 82 is you have Israel making its incursion, eventually reaching Beirut and having control over East Beirut, which is where most of the Christian areas are, and then eventually committing alongside with well, they didn't commit it, I should say. They're the ones that facilitated the Sabra and Shatila massacres, which were committed by the Phalangist militias. So this would have been Lebanese.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
well, that's not entirely true because the facilitation was kind of direct, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, oh yeah, it was direct, for sure.
But we know that the IDF supported them by like firing illumination flares so they could see why they were killing people. at
Exactly.
night.
Yes, exactly. I just didn't want to make it.
And there is, yes, there is unconfirmed and kind of difficult to confirm reports that the individuals to be massacred were being pointed out by agents of Mossad. So whether or not that's true is difficult to say, but it would be hard to say like, oh, they just facilitated. Like Israel, at very least, seems to be an active participant.
Yes.
Ariel Sharon personally oversaw that operation.
Right, and that's what I was going to add, sort of like as a caveat, like, and what I mean by like facilitated or acted as an active accomplice to was one holding like not letting anybody leave Sabra or Shatila, right? Because they surrounded it with IDF soldiers. They're the ones
Yes.
that only let in. They're the ones that let in the Phalangists. Told them, where some of the streets kind of. So that way they wouldn't get trapped or whatever, etc. Because they had already mapped it all out prior. And again, you also had the silencing of the radios as well, So, and again, you also had the fact that the border itself between Lebanon and Israel was being kept open by way of their collusion with the Phalangist militias, because part of the border was there were Christian villages. Now they are no longer there, but
Yeah, they're gone.
because of what happened in 2006 particular. But because of that, the Phalangists used that little foothold they had down there in the south to control a certain part of the border that would allow the IDF to move more and more trucks in and everything. And so because of that, again, you do have that active collusion and that active, being an active accomplice to what some people have argued, and I found quite compelling arguments, but I'm still not. I still don't know quite. I would have to read a lot more because it's it's not within my current scope of knowledge, so to speak, that have tried to argue that it should be considered a genocide, vis-a-vis or in the same sense as like Srebrenica, but that's neither here nor there. That's a whole different conversation. But yes, they were active accomplices in that, by shutting down the radios, doing the flares, closing off and again, these were refugee camps, right? It's not like, the Palestinians had neighborhoods where they could have left. No, they were walled in. So that's another aspect too. So yeah.
I don't remember off the top of my head which was what, but one is a refugee camp and one is a local neighborhood where there was ostensibly Lebanese citizens living. So it was a twofold. They attacked the uh, they attacked the Palestinians there because, as far as the PLO is claimed, and whether or not this is true is again up to some debate, they evacuated PLO forces from the area as part of the deal, as part of the deal in the first place. So basically, it was very much designed to maintain a phalangist majority power on the power in Lebanon.
Right. Right.
So like that I think is in particular something that has bothered me because we don't talk about it enough. For example, I don't know if you're familiar with Beth, the YouTuber.
I don't believe so. I don't. It's not ringing a bell off the top of my head.
He does, quote unquote, he does anti-misinformation tube stuff. And like he kind of came to prominence when Ukraine was. And then when this October 7th happened, he started doing stuff on Israel, which has been shit.
Oh my gosh.
It's like, he did a short where he said, yeah, these people that these Palestinians in Gaza that got exploded by a pair of missiles had to be terrorists because Israel targeted them. I'm like, what? What are you smoking? Oh, you're still alive. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, his stuff has been bad for Israel. Like, it's been relatively okay for Ukraine because he's compelled to find the answers when it comes to Russia. He feels not that compelled to find the answers when it comes to Israel. But he tried to make the circular argument that these terrorists must be terrorists because Israel targeted them. Like, wait, let's set aside Israel's long history of killing civilians and just look at that statement from a space of pure logic, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, nope. I'm like, I can't. But he continues to try to make these arguments about Israel is like, oh, they're the most moral army on earth, and other people have to. But he's been one of the more prominent YouTubers to do it. And like, no. So, did he? I've stopped watching most of his stuff. Everyone does ethnic cleansing. I have not done an ethnic cleansing, and apparently, according to Ryan Macbeth, I'm allowed. So, you know, that'll be next year's big channel project. Everyone, no, it won't.
What's I mean, like, one thing that I think is, that is interesting about the sort of the people who are sort of trying to, like, one thing is when they try to act as though they're being neutral. It's one thing that I'm just like, you know, if you're going to be pro-Israel, just be pro-Israel, right? It's just like, you know, just instead of acting as though you are like, oh, both sides, right? Because, you know, it's very obvious that you don't really care about the Palestinians, right? And, you know, but, you know, they still want to give this air of, you know, supposed objectivity, quote unquote, is that, you know, there are people for whom, you know, they always want to invoke literally everything that, like, the Israelis and the Hezbollahniks bring up every single time, right? They invoke, oh, well, you know, they bring up, oh, well, they're afraid that another Holocaust is going to happen, and blah blah blah, and it's just like, what are you even saying? You know what I mean? And it's just like the strangest arguments to try to, you know, just end any discussion of the suffering of the Palestinians. It's like, you know, like the IDF, if it were to stop fighting today, you know, all those people could go back to their homes. The Palestinians in Gaza have nothing to go back to. There is a material difference between, you know, the two sides, and that's why it isn't a war, right? As much as people want to try to call it one, right? But well, in fact, that's another question. Like, what do you think about the fact that people are trying to make it seem as though, like, oh, it's a war, right? Because it's very strange to me to call it, you know, the Israel Hamas war, which is like again, like when I read Haaretz, that's how they. It's like, oh, it's day 359 or whatever. I believe that's the day we're at so far. But it's just, to me, it's just like, it's not a war. Like, if you can control the water access, the food, and in fact, Israel is known, has been shown. There were reports that did this. Unfortunately, first they were only in Hebrew. Only recently did I see them appear in English. So now it's, but at first it was only done in Hebrew. That any Arab Israelis who sent food donations, so for going back as far as they could have been donating, right? Because they're held under suspicion and were held under under a military government regime until 1965. The ones that are in the borders of quote unquote like mainland Israel, or the ones that are given Israeli citizenship, their food was allowed to just sit out in the heat to rot. They would not allow it to even be sent into Gaza. So all of that money and all of that stuff that they sent was never even considered to pass through the border. And so many people didn't know that, and they kept donating and donating and donating, thinking, I want to help, my fellow human. But then it turns out that this whole time they were literally just separating the boxes. If they were from other countries or from Jewish Israelis, they would allow them in. But if they were from Arab Israelis, they literally let them just rot on the side of the road. So there are aspects of that just make me, beyond hesitant, but just they make me adamant in my inability to call it a war as such, right?
So, whether or not the sides are evenly matched, I think, isn't necessarily what makes this a war or not. I think you're absolutely right. There was a period of time where Israel effectively besieges Gaza. Functionally, right? They don't let supplies in, or they use Byzantine rules to keep supplies out. Has been another thing they've done. You're sending into, it's like the TSA. Oh, you have toothpaste. Type crap. That they've done that, and they've used that to kind of justify slowing supplies down. The best estimates I've seen so far has been that this explicit starvation strategy has been abandoned. But they took these donations and they left them off to the side, or they did not do sufficient enforcement actions when civilians came and attacked those donations.
Right.
So we run into a particular case. Hamas is fighting and they're hurting Israel, and to a certain extent. Are they doing it effectively? Probably not. To be perfectly honest, Israel can absorb those losses. But the broader topic I think I'd want to bring up is the flaw in the assumption of Israel, the core fundamental assumption of Israel, which is we need a Jewish state to protect Jews because no one else will. This is there's a huge problem I can see. First, the hypothetical problem. Let's say, hypothetically, Nick Fuentes becomes president of the United States.
Okay.
Let's just say that.
Yeah.
And Nick Fuentes, who is not a friend to Jewish people, to be frank, or even not, that's evident, putting it mildly. He's a horrible person, and particularly horrible to Jewish people. Becomes president of the United States, and he goes, "Ooh, look at all these nuclear weapons. Let's go nuke Israel with its 9 million people, 9 million Jewish person population." That's the vast majority of the Jews in the world wiped out in one stroke. What could Israel do to stop that? Nothing. A fundamental assumption of ethno-states is wrong. We work best, and this is not. We work best as people when we join together and we acknowledge each other's differences and we work through those things. We are hardly perfect here in the United States, but there's something to be said for the idea of reaching for a culture where people can live side by side with different faiths and different ethnicities and to try to reach for that. And that's the kind of goal I like to push. But there's something to be said for that because it's a lot safer in the long run for everyone than trying to build our own little. Do you disagree?
Oh no, I completely agree. In fact, like I always give the examples that like the times when the Jewish people had, the sort of these like I don't like to call them golden ages, right? I know personally, just I don't like talking about them in that way, but like when they've been able to, been able to be most open and most free in the ways in which they express their Judaism, et cetera, right, were in times when there was, tolerance and acceptance, right, two separate concepts, but very important, both of them, of other peoples, right, and in fact, like, because I'm Sephardic, like one of the places that come to mind for me are like Istanbul, Sarajevo, like places that are known for their large, intermixed populations. But even a place like Mexico City, where you have lots of indigenous people, Afro Mexicans, you have, people from different parts of Europe, people from different parts of Asia, etc., right, all coming to this one place. And the Jewish community there is, it's never had, say, well, let me put it to you this way. Why would the Jewish people who have suffered perhaps in one of, if not the most horrific ways, because of the idea of the nation state and then the ethno state, right? Why on earth would we want to have one, right? Because I think that Herbert Samuels, who was the only Jewish person in the British cabinet during the signing of the Balfour Declaration, said, like, the issue is if you sign that and you say that that's going to be the homeland for the Jewish people, is that then that makes every Jewish person around the world an alien wherever he has made his home, right? Like he's an Englishman, but now there's this, oh well, you have this homeland, right? And I actually saw this where in Mexico, because Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, who is Mexican and Jewish, because of the fact that she's Jewish, one of the former presidents of Mexico, who is kind of Elon Musk like, I mean, not exactly in the same way, but kind of like in what he tweets, like kept bringing up the fact that, oh, she's not really Mexican. And this had never really happened before in history, where she was like, where he was saying stuff like, well, she's a Bulgarian Jew. And it's just like, what? Like, why? And then like, talking about, all of this other stuff, but it's this really weird anti-Semitism that kind of had never really existed on that, like that before in Mexico. Again, not that anti-Semitism is not there, but like, on that scale with that much amplification, right? So open, so virulent in that way, has never been common, and that's also because the community is very integrated with all the other, the rest of the rest of the country, and so anyway, my point being that when you have these places that are multi-ethnic, tolerant, accepting places, you always find that that is where the Jewish people have always found themselves having the greatest contributions to Jewish culture, art, history, etc. Right, like the Talmud Bavli. It wasn't. Or the Babylonian Talmud, right? It already says it in its name, right? It wasn't produced in Palestine. It was produced in Babylon, where most Jewish people lived at the time, which was, where in a multi-ethnic empire. Same thing with Kabbalah. Like it happened in medieval Spain when it was under Muslim rule and had people from all different religions living together in Cordoba, etc. Right, like in the entire peninsula.
Right.
So all of the evidence points towards, again, if we all accept one another and work together and live together, then that's when we actually get the all of the things that people keep telling us are outside of our reach in many cases. So
Yeah, I think it's worth pointing out ultimately at the end of the day that Zionism kind of becomes anti-Semitic through how it interacts with basically the world at large. It accepts this concept of like this degradation, and then it says you will never be accepted here. And I this in some cases just not in some cases just not true. Like people make spaces for each other all the time, but Zionism argues that you will never be accepted, and then it encourages anti-Semitism to in order to reinforce that point. There's no real like opposition to anti-Semitism for Zionism because anti-Semitism drives and nurtures and makes Zionism stronger for people. And like you talk about that concept of divided loyalties that we talk about, like that's clearly not the case. Like there are so many people who just live and want to live their day as Mexican, Pole, or an American. Uh, they are all so like one of the things I've noticed about my friends and acquaintances are Jewish. They love being Jewish, right? They love sharing things and doing all those things. So like it's not like there's not space for people to be themselves here. And we should aspire to make that better and bigger and for more people. It's one of those things that a desire I hold quite dear is making things more multicultural. Uh, kind of. Yes, John, you're absolutely right. Right now, one of the most dangerous places for the Jewish people is Israel, because that's why they keep moving.
yeah, very very good point. And like to just add on to that just very quickly, if I may, like I also want to say something that kind of disproves this mythical like, oh, it was meant to tolerate all the peoples that came upon its shores. The state of Israel is that like it banned Yiddish when it founded itself as a state. I mean, like the language spoken by the vast majority of the Jewish people at the time, they banned it, and so people that came out of the concentration camps that did try to find refuge there, that only spoke Yiddish, were literally like, you can't speak your own language. Yeah, exactly. So,
Yeah, Israel's been like, they're an ethno-state at the end of the day, and they build the structures of an ethno-state. So this revitalization of Hebrew, for example, is a great example of that. Like they need this language to kind of connect in this Reverend Christ way to the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, and the myth of the dual monarchy, right? They want to draw those ties and build those ties in a very specific way. And like my fundamental point would be, well, we've talked a lot about the suffering of the Palestinian people. I don't want the Palestinian people to suffer, but by the same token, I don't want the Israelis to suffer either. The desire for peace is really a desire for both people to live in peace. At the end of the day, because I think that's a fundamental right we have as human beings, is to ascribe towards peaceful existence with one another. And whether or not you agree with that, if you disagree, you're wrong.
well, what's
the whole point?
mm-hmm.
The whole point, the problem of Israel is that it does not provide for its people to live in peace.
Right. I mean, and we see this with people who are there for, like, for example, like Itamar Ben-Gvir, right, who is supposed to be in charge of public safety, is the person, handing out, AR-15s and who knows what else to random settlers who, you don't know, what they've done, or, et cetera, et cetera.
I suspect he has a very good idea of what they're going to do with those weapons. That's
Right.
why he's giving them out.
Right, for sure. And he's handing it out, like it's it's kind of like the last rush of Halloween night. But one other thing too is the fact that, again, like, Israel has like what you're saying about living in peace, like, and this is something that comes from, again, my research of the different Palestinian and, you know, uh, organizations and everything, is that like even with, like, when it came to, like, at the time when, you know, like Layla Khalid was kind of, very important figure, and George Khazani and everything, is that the issue was never Jewish people living in Palestine. The issue was the settler colonial nature of the state of Israel, right? It was always like, oh, if Jewish people wanted to come here and this is where they found refuge, that's good about Palestine, right? Like, that says something good about the, us, right, collectively, so to speak. That being the Palestinians and Palestine, etc. But the issue was always, that Zionism, right, stands in the way of that, because it tries to equate things like Jewishness and the state of Israel one on one, right? Especially like when you have this concept of like the Jewish state, like a state cannot be, an ethno-religious concept, right? Like, it can't be that, right? What, like, especially with like the whole nation state law of 2018 or 2019, I should say, like, all of that stuff just stands in the way for people to live in peace, because it puts not only more barriers, but it also creates this, the view that, like, Israelis, who, again, who, regardless of everything, again, it doesn't mean that they all should be expelled. It doesn't mean, like, none of those things should are have even been on the minds of any of the organizations. It's always been, allow us to return the Palestinian refugees to return to their land. And again, you kind of mentioned this with Resolution 242, and now with the ICJ's advisory opinion, right, which reinforces 242 in many ways, in that, let us return back to our homes, let us return, have access back to our lands, let us be co-equals in this land, right? And everything that is put in by the, religious Zionist right and the secular Zionist right, I guess, if you can even call it that, only does things that endanger the Israelis themselves, because it creates those separations that, immiserate the Palestinians and cause them, and again, it's I mean, even the special rapporteur, Francesca, I can't remember her surname, said that, like, they have the right to resist, and that's true. I mean, they do have the right of resistance against occupation. That is their right. And so, anyway, to kind of finish my point.
Well,
Yeah. Oh, no. Please go ahead.
well, I think that's a really unique point to be made, is that when the opportunity has existed between the Arabs, they have tried and striven to accommodate peace. Egypt in 1978, Jordan again, like, they went from Israel doesn't exist and we're going to blow them up to we can have peace. If the circumstances are created and people want to work for it, particularly Israel, I think it's possible for it to happen.
Oh, yeah.
Given the choice between being a citizen of a country and being oppressed by Israel, the Palestinian will take the citizen of a combined one state for sure. They might not say it now, but they will, because it's better than the alternative. One of my chatters is asking, how do we avoid ethno-states? And, like, that's a big question, to be sure. And it's a complicated one, I think, because ethnicity, we always forget that ethnicity is contingent upon experience and material condition. So there is, for example, you see it here in the United States, people, like, they're Americans, but they also bring their culture and all that to that. The only real way to avoid that is to be open to and to be less hostile and resistant to new cultures and new identities. I don't become any less because, the neighbor who moved in next door is Mexican. That's basically the core of it. And that's a personal thing to begin with, but it's also how we build our laws and how we build our acceptance. And the United States has never been great at this.
Right.
If you categorize our history through what we kind of go like, here's a wave of immigrants and we hate those people until they are not the next wave, and then we hate the new wave. And the best way to avoid ethnostates is really to just continue to expose people to multiculturalism. Um,
Yo, no.
and that's why the Israeli right is so incredibly resistant to the concept of a one-state solution, or integrating Arabs, or integrating Christians, is because it directly threatens that concept of a Jewish state.
Right. And like that's the reason why like for example, like I mentioned earlier with Yishai Fleischer, right? It's like the like only an ethnostate would require a sterile zone, right? So that way you don't even have to see,
Yes.
you know what I mean? Like the United States, for example, because of how it polices, particularly the U.S.-Mexico border, and again, this is also mentioned in Camilla Fojas's book, but I've also spoken about it as well at length. That there is 100 mile from the border where essentially your Fourth, Fifth, and Sixth Amendment rights are not in, and a lot of people don't realize this, but it's usually because it's used very selectively, right, based on ideas about
Well,
race.
strictly speaking, exists on the Canadian border too. It's just not usually exercised there.
Right. And so like one of those things is that it's like if you're driving on the 8 freeway like down in San Diego, and like I mean there would have to be like an understanding that like there would also have to be, for example, there are even issues where like the concept of like legality in the United States, right, has been kind of brought to the fore, because there are some people saying, like, one, the fact that now in the United States it's apparently okay to call for mass deportations, which is just unbelievable to me, because I'm just like, yeah, one of the solutions on the way to the, again, I don't mean to crudely make that comparison, but I'm just saying the fact that it is one of the things that falls under like the Genocide Convention, which is mass deportations, but the fact that they call it that is what I think sticks out to me, is so striking, is that it's all about seeing the culture as terminally or rather constantly a threat, right? And this is where a lot of so there's this really good book by Thomas Kuhn called Genocide and Belonging, and sort of discussing how like a lot of the myths and legends and stuff like that kind of held people together, that allowed for them to be complicit or silent or whatever it might be during the Holocaust in Germany, was built on things of like, oh, they're attacking things that are occurring now, like with Andrew Tate, etc., right, where they're saying, oh, they're attacking masculinity, they're attacking motherhood, blah blah blah. You have this same thing going on like in in the United States, actually, where in the 1930s you had a mass expulsion of Mexicans, whether or not they were citizens, right? So this idea of like, right, oh, if you come legally or if you're born here and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, now you have people saying, well, you can be born here, but blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no. Like you can't. And, there are people who, did sue and were able to get some reparations, so to speak, afterwards, some respite, but it was far too late, right? It was far too late, especially because the damage was done in the 30s, but it was always based on this idea of, and I kid you not, literally, like if you read the book Decade of Betrayal, it talks about how it's literally based on the simple concept of they're taking our jobs, like that slogan even goes back to the Hoover administration with the mass expulsion of Mexicans. And so anyway, is that what you see is that even in small towns where you have lots of different peoples coming together, eventually they begin to build those networks of understanding and of solidarity that they otherwise, right, if you were to, that the ethno-state model doesn't want, right? And like that's why one of the things that the Zionist propagandists, the Hasbarists, always have to do is always make the Jewish people elsewhere feel afraid,
Victimized.
yeah, victimized. So then that way, then oh well, then that way you can donate money to the Jewish National Fund or to the Jewish Agency for Israel or make aliyah, right? And it doesn't actually help you. It doesn't actually solve the problem that it supposedly was intended to solve, right? And so that is just one of those aspects that really sticks with me, because again, like the cities where even in Israel proper itself, right? The cities where even that the tourism board promotes. It's Tel Aviv and Haifa, like literally mixed cities, as they call them in Israel, where you have Circassian people, you have Druze, you have Jewish people, you have Arabs, you have like all these different people, right? And that's what gives it its uniqueness. They never bring up, Nahariya, which is a town that's like almost 100% Jewish, Israeli, but there's nothing to do there. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing, because it's been ethnically cleansed. There's nothing there. All of the history.
Well,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. I didn't want to cover much of it, but I did watch Destiny's coverage out of Israel because, he's blocked me on Twitter because I made fun of him for not knowing he hadn't got to it in Wikipedia yet. But he got treated horribly when he entered into a lot of, like, he got out of places like Tel Aviv and Haifa. And people thought, like, who the hell are you and why are you here? And they were treating him like crap. It's just not a place you want to go. And like that's kind of like, I guess, the best answer. Like, what do we do? Where do we as citizens start? And that's being open to one another is the place to start, ultimately, I think. Because here's the problem, particularly for the United States. This is a very conservative country. It will be that. The vast majority of the media apparatus controlled or owned by conservative. The discussion that happens around things that are framed in terms that conservatives want. Particularly if you look at the discussion around immigration. A bustling trade with Mexico exists, and that trade includes labor. And the very act of closing our border has helped make the very problem that conservatives claim is the issue. So when you have a relatively open border, come across here, they work, they go back. If they don't think they can come back and forth, then they're going to stay here where the money is that they can make working. So that's where a lot of these problems have come from. The best thing that we could possibly do is to have a European Union style economic zone with the United States, with Canada, with Mexico, with the Central American country. That would alleviate these problems almost immensely and pull the rug out from a lot of the sicarios and the coyotes who try to get and smuggle things across the border. But they don't want to do that because it challenges this very racist concept of a Mexican invasion that is getting thrown around a lot because it's an election. Like,
Yeah.
Elon Musk has spent so much time, despite being an immigrant himself, trying to demonize immigrants.
I know, it's baffling.
And he's bought. I mean, basically, he spent $40 billion in order to try to spread right-wing white supremacy, and it's disappointing. I actually, like, I know Twitter has always been a cesspool, but like Twitter has always been great for keeping people out of bubbles.
Mm-hmm.
And like Twitter used to be fantastic, and it's not anymore. But it used to be fantastic for finding that, like, graduate student or that professor who was researching this really weird thing that no one talks about, that you would suddenly get an insight on. And it's not that now; it's just a sea of inequities for Nazis. There's a lot of it, and like the Republican Party has become a problem. Obviously, they're basically talking about mass deportations, and like, because they keep the conversation there, that language infects the Democrats too, right? So like a lot of this, one of the things that we have to start doing is pulling the Overton window back towards humanity again, and away from this. Oh, the Mexicans are coming to get us. Like I remember, 2016, you had that guy. Oh, there'll be a taco truck on every corner if you vote for Hillary Clinton. Like, don't worry, I'm already sold. Now we have Taco Tuesdays. Fantastic, but it's always the scare tactics, and like by and large, what we found is that people just get along if you leave them in one place long enough. Eventually,
I mean,
I lived in Chicago. I lived in Chicago for 10 years, and like while they still have neighborhoods that are ethnically based, for the most part, most of those neighborhoods have kind of moved into multicultural neighborhoods. It happens over time, and it's violent sometimes, and it hurts, but eventually we get there. The question is, can we do it better and not necessarily let that fear be as pervasive as it is.
I have a chatter who's asking, my question would be if we have agency over this. I think information is just one color, and even people that have a lot of agency just change the shade due to the properties of the system.
I guess I would. Are they trying to argue that there is not sufficient information being given to the public? Is that the question?
I guess, and the Kievit, you're more than welcome to elaborate a bit more. But I think what he's trying to say is that, like, how much agency do we have over sort of sort of like the idea of like us over time? No, it's more if we can change the direction. Okay, so he responded, no, it's more if we can change the direction the information is going to.
And there are. I think there is a degree to which we didn't do this properly as leftists. Like, we don't talk about this the right way, and we kind of let institutions get away from us.
Mm.
It's it's a larger conversation. Do we have agency over this? Yes. There's a reason why history departments are getting slapped down all over the country, and why they're being defunded. There's a reason why they don't want to vote. There's a reason why there are parties that are making these messages designed to discourage participation, because agency exists and it's a threat to conservative ideals. The only place, and it's the place where the right wing has started to degrade these rights and values. The only place to do it is to start. The thing I always tell people is your first step is to see if you can run for office and sit on a city board, sit on a zoning board, sit on a school board. The discussion changes when the interlocutors change, and if we accept that that over here is the only place where the discussion can happen, then we've just ceded all the ground to them in the first.
Right, like if there's nobody on with the people that have more institutional agency to do more, things that affect more people writ large, then there's nothing you can do, because then the most you can do is interpersonal, or if you have like a platform like we do, you can do it to some extent, but it's not the same as you affecting your community directly. And he responded, you are right. Even in my country, starting budgets are now being cut down. Hopefully there will still be space if I want to do my PhD. Yeah, I mean, like, I just speaking to this really quickly, like, I know departments, I'm not going to say where, I don't want to be specific, but, that are even part of, like, the Cal State or the UC system, right, where they don't give them money. Like, they have to make their own profits. It sounds strange for a public university, but, like, when you're telling a history department to make its own profits, that means you're telling it has to make corporate deals, right? Like it needs to. That means you've effectively told it, oh well, now for your like first year, second year students, you are only going to get you want to make a corporate deal with one publisher, right, to make those intro to history books or whatever they might be titled, right, from in a way so then with contributions from people in your department, so then that way you get the department gets money added to its funds, right? And it's like, it seems ridiculous, but you'd be surprised how many departments do operate on that in that way, where they don't get some cut of the university budget. In fact, quite the opposite. There is one department I have in mind right now where the pool of money that they have saved up actually can be accessed by the provost and the president of the university, and then taken away from them and used for something else entirely. So like because the Kiev, the chatter that is speaking, they live in Europe, so their university system is very different. But like here in the United States, I mean, so much of it is privatized, or at least yeah, sorry, go ahead.
A very serious problem in history education right now. There is effectively a corporate capture of history education occurring in the United States. I've sat and thought about job prospects. Having this conversation alone is probably going to give both of us problems if we ever look down the road to job prospects. Let's be frank. To be perfectly, to be like having like, oh, you said nice things about Palestine, you didn't denounce Hamas.
The horror
for you.
Yeah.
There's a intellectual capture happening here in the United States for history, very particularly, and some of the other social sciences too, because history sits at a weird intersection of the humanities and social science.
Right.
There's very much an intellectual capture going on. You see it very plainly in the anti-DI stuff happening right now. That's horrifying all its own. But like, and where you are in Europe might make a big difference too, because like I know, for example, their history departments have become Islamophobia factories. So I don't want to discourage people from getting an education. Education is important. Bear in mind that it's going to become harder and harder to do over time, unless we reverse this course. So like, that's one of the reasons this channel became a thing in the first place, so that there's a place where you can have more intellectual talks of history that might not exist inside the confines of a university.
Right. No, I mean, that was also part of the idea behind my own channel, was like, I felt that, there were like, I felt that only requiring, say, a semester or two of history, and it's like this very boiled down, and usually in one example that comes to mind, it's literally just U.S. history. Like that's what intro to history is. It's just very simplified American history, from like the founding of the Plymouth colony to like 2010 or whatever. And it's not about like historiography or the philosophy of history, etc. Like, you can't really get into that. But then the students are whisked away into these other classes, right, where everything's about everything is about having the students spend as much money as possible for their time there. Is at least how it's shown, right? But the chatter asks, do you think when trying to change the direction, we should best look at the lenses people look through and create a rhetoric that fits that lens? So, for instance, frame change as being part of the past instead of conserving things, as in people create narratives to make sense of the world so as to give them a new narrative that fits their worldview. That was the best I could come up with to steer it. Even if you get 10% of the target group it's a huge political mobilization to the left. So essentially, when thinking about how to change the direction, I guess is kind of what he's trying to ask you very specifically.
I think the question is maybe how I would answer that is like we want to meet people where they're at. If you want me to make a general criticism of, look at people like Andrew Tate. What does Andrew Tate talk about? He speaks to people's insecurities and provides for them an answer. Wrong as it may be, he provides for them an answer.
Mm-hmm.
We do a really bad job generally of making people feel like they are welcome and that their insecurities are valid. So you have to meet people where they're at and talk about the things that bother them and like kind of weave it into this narrative, this overarching narrative. If we make things better for X, Y, and Z, we make them better for ourselves. So if we make things better for we talk about the structures that make people, the racist structures that keep certain groups of people of color poor in the United States. If we talk about fixing that, we also fix them for ourselves. And like illustrate how we're all in this together. The whole point is to kind of recognize where our of intersectionality is to recognize where we have disparate interests across and how those things kind of grow over time. So like it makes like economic growth, like the kind of things that stifle economic growth, removing those barriers at some places helps them remove them in others. I don't know if that's the answer you're looking for, but like doing a better job of meeting people where they're at and illustrating how the solutions help everyone.
Right. Like, it's kind of like that, again, it's kind of like a team is only as strong as its weakest player, right? And again, I don't necessarily, or it's, I mean, not even weakest, but it's like its least trained player, etc., things like that. Like, because we have such huge gaps in generational wealth, right, when it comes to BIPOC, because we do have all of these things, right, like anything done to alleviate those things only benefits everybody else. Like that has been shown time and time and time again. Anytime you address those things systemically, everybody benefits, right? And that is why addressing people's concerns by saying that there are actual ways that we can approach them is, again, kind of like what you're saying, right? Like part of not only accepting people's anxieties and being able to relate to them, right? Because again, we might have disparate interests, but they do intersect. But also the fact that everybody benefits if anybody benefits in the long run, right? And the more people that benefit, the more people that benefit, so to speak, right? It's one of those I forget now.
Psychologically frustrating conversations, but yes.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I think my chat wants me to do an Aaron Sorkin monologue. Government's a place we can all come together, says Toby. But no, it's we see the greatest advantage in collaborating with one another. We are, aside from all of our differences of perception and perspective and everything that we might say divides us, we are at the end of the day social beings who are supposed to work together.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay.
Oh, do you have one of your Furbies?
He is clamoring for attention. We might actually have to wrap this up pretty quick.
Well, in that case, I don't want to keep you. I understand you have a lot of things to do, but this was a very wonderful conversation. I really enjoyed having this discussion with you. Hopefully, we can chat again soon. Again, thank you very much. And there are thank yous from the chat. So yeah, thank you again. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate the invitation.
Okay.
All right. But other than that, have a good day. I am gonna have to take care of animals now. They're gonna get. No, we're not. We're not doing that, Jump. No. Everyone, have a good day. I'll talk to you later. Have a good
Okay. Bye bye. Okie dokie. Let's transition. Thank you. I thank you everybody that joined and was part of the hello. Good afternoon, Zedzier. Welcome in. It's so nice to see you. Thank you for the conversation. Yes. Also, I wasn't sure if you were talking to me, the Kievet. I assumed you were, but I also didn't want to presume it was towards me. But I, it is something that, it's not easy. It's not easy to remain positive. But at the same time, I also know that everybody around me, the way how I always put it, I know that we can make things better, right? And that there is no need to despair at that. The fact that, we can make things better, and we will make things better, right? And that is what I think is the impetus for a lot of that. Have I interviewed journalists before? Excuse me. I mean, on stream? Yes, technically, because I have spoken with Levelhead, who is a journalist. And they also stream. In fact, they were in here earlier, so I will shout them out. But yeah, do make sure to go follow Levelhead. They are a very kind and wonderful person that, they talk about all sorts of things. They make music. They freestyle rap. I mean, they are extraordinary. I don't owe anyone, and I'm lucky enough to get self-actualization and beauty through the study of history, philosophy, art, and music, that I only need a minimalist life if I get access to a book. Well, yeah, I mean, like, that is a big reason why, I know that there are books on my throne, right? And but they are all for my research, right? Like, it's all so then that way I can produce something, right, that will hopefully benefit other people, right? Like via historiography, etc., right? Like because it not only informs my teaching and by extension my streaming, right, and my discussions with other people, but it also informs, the other things that that I do, right? And so, like, just know that, first of all, I want to thank the people that have contributed to the purchase of this book, The History of U.S. Capitalism in Latin America. I really appreciate it. I bring up the U.S. imperialism in Latin America a lot, so you can imagine that this book is going to be very well annotated once it is fully read by me. Like, I don't want people to see my throne as something just acquisitive, right? It's more, in my mind, right, like these books, right, kind of like what you're saying, is that these books in many ways are a symbol of hope, right, that I can keep on going, right, that I can keep on contributing, I can keep on researching, that I could keep on doing these things that I love to do. So again, that's why I'm ever thankful for the people that have contributed in any way, both to this channel or personally, right? Like, because again, it's not easy to live off of. Where can I read my annotations? I don't know. I I usually have them done in like pencil and highlighted, so I would have to type them out. But I a lot of the annotations, like for example in this, end up being used in the articles that I write, right? Because it's like, oh, this important point, this important point. So, have you considered asking Galactic Streamlord to guest on your show? Asked GSO. Yeah, I mean, I would feel honored to either be on his show or for him to come on here. Like, whichever way, I would be more than happy to. I like watching his show, and and I know that there are lots of people who also like watching a show in chat. So, let's see here. To me, it is more that I have one life and I feel I should not throw it away in a crusade for justice, which would likely be indifferent to the totality of the world. Well, I think... Well, that's a presumption, I suppose, but I get what you mean. I remember there is a quote. I don't know if you've ever watched the movie Denial. I bring it up quite a lot. In fact, I'm reading sort of like my reading for leisure book, right, is or leisure, however you want to pronounce it, is History on Trial, right? And there is a quote of Deborah Lipstadt that's talking about doing things which are heroic, right? And she's talking about, we would like to tell ourselves that, during, for example, the Holocaust, that we would have done heroic things and blah blah blah, et cetera, et cetera. And that there were people that did it, but we can only consider, like, we only think of it as heroic after the fact, right? Like the people were afraid, right? Like during the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, you know what I mean? Like it's like all of this stuff. It's not, only now we can call it heroic, right? Now that we know the story, now that we know the stuff, right? Like it's so I get what you mean, right? Like, but I also think that the contributions that individual people have made around the world is what has made the world, keep the hope alive, right? Because I understand what you're saying, but I would say that there are far too many people for whom they would wish to, for example, and again, this is just me saying off the cuff, right, that they would love to be introduced to history, that they would like to do all of these things, and if I could even provide some of that, I feel that would be worthwhile. But that's my own thinking, right? Because I understand what you're saying about indifference, but you also don't want to be indifferent yourself, right? That's another thing too, because you don't want apathy. In this world, you can't have apathy, because that's precisely what allows for the horrors of the world to happen, is the apathy. I've spoken to many politically engaged people, and I just keep being baffled at their worldview. Many people assume Hobbes was right. Well, I mean, I don't know if you remember the Kiva, but do you remember when we used to talk about Giga Chad? I mean, literally, that was like the only book he ever brought up was Leviathan. Remember? So, like, but then there are people that look at Hobbes and say, yeah, but obviously Locke was more correct. You know what I mean? Like, it's whatever justification for the current power structure that it can find, it will find it, right? So view a priori concepts to be true, believe their dialectical materialism as truth, and don't realize that their thinking is mostly based on intuition and emotion. Well, sure. I mean, like, this is a reason why, like, the idea of the, like, and this is coming at it from an aesthetic angle technically, but it you know, I don't know, it's interesting to me, is the idea of like the thing in itself, right? Like, are there things that can exist outside of human perception, or is it human perception itself? And this is where like you can read Bergson and other things, right? And Merleau-Ponty, right, where it's like, can an object or can something exist completely on itself, or is it that it exists because it is perceived, right? No, it's fine, you don't, no need to apologize, I understand, it's just I feel it fascinating. Or my melody, yeah, my melody, it wasn't planned heroism, they just felt compelled, right? Exactly. I mean, like again, I hold my grandparents in very high regard because like they lived through the 1992 LA riots, right? Like there is a story of like my own parents, of their car, right? And this is in very much the area where they were taking place. Let me put it to you like that. Where their car stopped working because they had stopped at a red light, the car just shut off during all of that going on, right? The story of the people, I mean, like, as long as there is anything good in the world, there is a reason to hope, in my opinion. Like, there is far too much beauty, far too much, far too many good conversations, far too much humanity to be apathetic or to let the systems that try to make us apathetic towards XYZ, right, get to speak or think for us, right? Oh yeah, I mean, it was bad, and I mean, like, I've seen the photos of like the, you know, turn right or get shot, right? Like that was a thing, that was a real thing, right? But my grandparents, right, like they were willing to, for example, you know, well, I'm not going to get into detail, but the point being that like there is a reason why, like I say, you know, there are people who now I can think of as, you know, but in the moment they're like, I need to help people, right? They were willing to help people even when it was extremely dangerous to do so, right? And even my own parents for the exact same reason. So, you know, and other people, I'm just giving you personal examples, but even friends of mine, right? It was a genuine expression of pent-up fury. Yeah, of course it was, because suddenly you change court venue up into the valley, and you get a completely white jury, and they just let them all go. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like if they would have had to hold court on Grape Street in Compton. So I know. I just proved that I know what I'm talking about right now. I know where the courthouse in Compton is. I know where it is. Okay? I even remember back in the day when they used to have the indoor swap meet in Compton, okay? If they would have had it there, it would have been a totally different story. But they changed venue to an all-white location for a reason. And they were right to be furious, but it was dangerous to be in the way. Right, exactly. And that was one of the things that the police were trying to allow for the tensions between the different communities, to have them go at each other instead of tackling many of the issues at hand, right? And again, in retrospect, we can say that, right? But in the moment, again, there was so much frustration, and I recognize, same thing with Gaza. You know, logically speaking, people, the Palestinians in Gaza would have given up a long time ago. They don't. Right? I'm not going to give up. They're not going to give up. Ever. right? All the oppressed peoples of the world have never given up, and they still don't give up. Why should I have to give up? I'm not going to do it. That's just my own belief, That's just myself. They were right to be furious. Yeah. I think this shows the human nature is not, in essence, conflictual, but that there also is much altruism in it. Again, I mean, like, part of what Daedalus was saying was that, like, if we all live together, right, and, like, over time, we begin to care for one another. And yeah, we begin to recognize that we're all in this together. And it's true. Like, there are people who would sacrifice, and that did sacrifice a lot. I forget what it was, but it was something like, they tried to show that if there was a correlation between, like, people's religion, I think it's in the book Denying the Holocaust. I could be wrong, but I believe it's in the book Denying the Holocaust. The Growing Assault on a Truth and Memory by Deborah Lipstadt. That they actually did, maybe, I don't know, I'm not completely sure. Where they specifically did a study, right, to try to prove, that, certain types of people would show empathy as opposed to others, right? That they would be willing to show altruistic qualities. Based on wealth, based on, class status, based on race, or based on ethnicity, blah, 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 all that. And you know what they found out? That there was no correlation whatsoever. People, human beings, being human beings, will be human beings, right? It didn't matter if they were Catholic or Jewish. It didn't matter if they were white, if they were mestizo. It didn't matter. People were willing to help one another, because they knew that was worth doing, right? Humans help humans. And that is a value that I try to uphold. I may not be perfect in it every single time, but that's what I try to uphold. And I think that all of the people, regardless of what walk of life they're in, where they might have originated from, or their parents might have originated, I treat them all with respect. In fact, that's one of the reasons why, like, when I was a kid, I wanted to learn lots of languages, right? Because I always felt disrespected, for example, when people did not want to speak Spanish, right? And instead demanded, right, English from people that couldn't speak English, right? By no fault of their own. And used it as a way to deny them services or deny them help. And I thought that's ridiculous, And so there are many, many, many reasons why we should have solidarity. But the first one is that we're all human. We all, regardless of whatever laws are passed, regardless of whatever is done, we should be willing to help each other in any way we can. That's just my fundamental belief. Right? I remember living in Tijuana. There were people where their entire family had to work to make ends meet, to pay for their house mortgage, right? And they were willing to take care of me after school because both of my parents worked late, and they were willing to share the very little amount of food that they were able to afford. They were willing to have me sit at the table with them as if I were a part of their family. They were the ones that asked to do that. They said, we want to take care of Shakespeare. They didn't have to do that. They asked to do it, saying Shakespeare should not be at home alone. We will take care of her. And that's what they did. And they were willing to make me these taquitos de frijol. Like, I kid you not. I don't want to go all the way into tears. I feel like I'm about to. But, like, some of those meals are some of the most memorable ones because I knew that they were made with care and with love and with compassion. There's no restaurant in the world, however many Michelin stars it has, that will ever taste as good as that sopa de fideo that I had, for example. None. So, anyway, sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to go off on this tangent. I decided to. But like I said, we thank that family for taking care of you as well. Thank you. Thank you all. I really appreciate it. That's why, again, I say, I will never give up because they never did. They could have ignored me. Right. Etc., etc. But they didn't. And so, whatever it is that you can do to be the good that you want to see in the world is worth it. Is worth it. Much love to all of you. I really appreciate each and every one of you all. I truly do. And I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, I don't mean to just sit here. It's just, oh my God. Anyway, no worries. Real family touches us all. My chosen family, So, yes. I can't give up because I can't. I just can't. I'm so, I want to apologize for some reason. I want to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I can't that I can't give up, but I just can't. I can't. Nor would I think it fair for anybody else to. Right. But anyway. Thank you. I love you all as well. Let's I don't know if we should keep going or at least finish the video about the Jewish Chronicle. Yeah, let's do that. Okay.
Are in the possession of other militant groups, hence delaying a hostage deal. But an officer in the Israeli army's prisoners and missing persons division told...
No, I have not seen the Nikocado, avocado, anything. I had no real idea who that person was. So, and I still really don't know who that person is. So, I just know that there's drama apparently, so you know.
Told Ynet that the army knows such claims to be bullshit. Attention then turned to Perry's biography. On the Jewish Chronicles website, Elon Perry was described as a former commando soldier of the elite Golani Brigade of the IDF. He also claimed to have been, quote, a journalist for 25 years, covering wars and terrorist attacks. And he listed himself as lecturing on Israel and Palestine in the UK and the United States. On his website, Perry also described himself as having been a professor at Tel Aviv University, as well as having taken part in Israel's Operation Entebbe. That was a 1976 operation to rescue hostage passengers from a plane held at Uganda's main airport. But
the reason why I want others to get into politics is to make things better for others. I don't even think of myself when wanting to help. I mean, again, benefit for anyone else always benefits you. Like, there is this concept in Jewish thought about Rabbi Akiva, who is one of the great sages of Jewish learning, that he did not learn how to read until he was 40 years old. And that his wife made sure that he went to the yeshiva to learn Torah as much as possible, so that way he could learn how to read and learn Torah. And that is where the concept of, if you know Aleph, teach Aleph. Even if you only know the first letter of the alphabet, you can teach that. Right? So oh.
much of that, it appears, is false, as 972 explain here. An investigation by Hazanor, a program on Israel's Channel 13, revealed on September 9th that there was no record of Perry having worked at Tel Aviv University, nor did he participate in Entebbe. What's more, the photo on his web...
Wait a sec. Okay, so he didn't work at Tel Aviv University. Okay. If you don't know, I mentioned Tel Aviv University last stream. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, thank you so much for the subscription, Zedzier. I appreciate it. 3 wonderful months. I appreciate it. Tel Aviv University is like the... It's a bit late. I have lessons tomorrow. Thank you for streaming conversation. Yeah, thank you. Have a good one as well. I am what I am. Yeah. What's it called? Tel Aviv University is the place I mentioned yesterday, or not yesterday, last stream, right? Where it's teachers, the professors club, right? The faculty club, right? Is the only remaining building of what used to be a Palestinian village. Everything else was destroyed, but the faculty club, that's an old, like an original building from before 1948. That is the faculty club. It is, but it used to be a large house in a Palestinian village. But Tel Aviv University is kind of like the NYU or the UCLA type of, like, almost like Berkeley. I don't even know what to compare it to, because it's not really like you can't really compare it like that, but it's like, you know, in the most liberal city, quote unquote, right? Yeah. Oh yeah. It's because like when it let me choose all of the different designs and stuff, I really liked all of the ones that they had for like Halloween, but I also liked them because so many of them also are related to a lot of the like Aztec legends and Mexica legends and Nahua legends, right? So I thought it would be nice. It would be cool to have. So anyway.
Website purporting to show him undercover at a...
Oh, so my point about Tel Aviv University. this university has like everybody's profile that's ever worked there, like all of their like, you know, teaching graduate students, blah blah blah, you know, like all the people that are there on fellowship, that are visiting professors or visiting fellows, like this literally was a Google search away. So that they didn't even do a Google search for a university that puts all of that information out there is just also like, here's the thing, right? If you're going to say that you're like an expert, right? And in fact, this is something that there is a video that I watched via someone streaming about it. It's weird when people want to add in other things to their expertise that don't really have anything necessarily to do with that expertise. Like, okay, what about Entebbe? Like, what does that have to do with what you're writing about? Right? Like, it's like, oh, you know, I was a driver of a taxi cab in Entebbe. Okay, great. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like, well, sure, you were there, but what did you do, right? You know, it's one of those things.
Protest dressed as a Palestinian, which he labelled as being from 1992, was actually taken in 2015. In what appears to have been a sting.
Oh my gosh. There's also this weird thing where, like, Israelis feel that they have the right to don Palestinian garb. I'm like, bruh, you literally look like you just walked out of the original IKEA from Sweden, bro. Okay? And you're over here like wearing like a thob with, you know, like kofia. Like, come on, like, come on, you know.
The interview, Hasanur's reporter challenged Perry regarding all of these discrepancies. Under pressure, Perry denied having been an undercover operative, despite this claim also appearing in his second book. He also denied having worked at television.
He published books? Oh gosh. You know what? This is also bad too, right? Where it's like they will publish books of people like this at even at reputable presses, right? Like, you know, trying to think of one. I'm trying to think of one that isn't a university press, because I have a lot of university press books, but I don't want it to be like at St. Martin's Griffin Press, for example. Like they will publish, you know, especially if it's pop history, right? Cultural appropriation, yeah, because their thing is like, oh well, now that we're here, right? That's not how that works.
Of university, saying maybe the publisher got it wrong, and he denied having participated in Entebbe. When asked why his website claimed otherwise, Perry responded, "I don't go on my website. I didn't check it."
He doesn't check it? Come on. That is such a bad response to that, because it's like, it's so obviously false, right? It's like, okay, even if someone built your website, you're gonna look over it. That's part of the thing. Like, that's usually something people do. And it's not like Israel is known for, I don't know, it's like Israel is one of those countries that, like, because of all the investment from Western countries, right, has like a very large high-tech industry, right? All of this technology, blah, blah, blah. So it's like, it makes no sense that someone who supposedly is like in the know, right, is somehow like completely unaware of like how websites work. I guess that's the one good thing about this timeline. The Nazis have, well,
Mr. Perry, if you're not writing your own personal website, who is? It's also been difficult to substantiate Perry's claim to have been a journalist for a quarter of a century. The Guardian reports this. Checks by The Guardian have found no evidence of any record of significant stories published by Perry as a report in English or Hebrew, except...
Okay, this is fascinating to me in a way, because the Hebrew press you can find all of that stuff in the at the National Library of Israel, right? Like, in fact, like, again, I understand why some people would have some ethical problems with this. I get it, but like, technically, you can go to it and get like a digital library card, right? If you want to do research, because there's a lot of stuff about like Palestine, for example, there, right? Because it's, in Palestine, right? So it makes sense, that would be one of the archives that you would have to go to, for example. But point being that, like, they have literally like, I forget what are the other things where they are the I forget what the term is, but they get like an official copy of every single newspaper in Israel, for example, right? And also all Palestinian newspapers too, right? Like, they get all of that stuff, right, archived, digitized, etc., 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 etc. So to find nothing when, again, like, even the IDF archives open up after a period of 30 years, right? And apparently he's been writing for over 25. So I do not have a website. I do not. Yeah, I don't.
For the recent series of articles in the Jewish Chronicle, now alleged to be fabrications. Elon Perry has now been sacked by the Jewish Chronicle, and his articles have been deleted. But there are still questions.
That's not good enough. I'm sorry, but just firing him and like deleting the articles, all the harm he's done, like manufacturing the consent, right, and creating the reality, right, that made people like the fear mongering that made people be willing to lift, those last reservations, right, when it came to atrocities committed by the state of Israel, for example, appealing solely to fear, right, fear mongering, and especially trying to do so in a way that, in my opinion, like, the people that weaponize anti-Semitism to scare Jewish people are kind of anti-Semites themselves. That's just, like, Netanyahu is, like, anti-Semitic in my view, but that's me. But that's me in a very, like, expanded definition, right? Because there are some people that say, oh, he can't be anti-Semitic because he's, it's like, no, there are people that are Jewish that are anti-Semitic. It's just like, it just requires more qualification, so to speak. But, like, I feel like the Jewish Chronicle should be sued, right, by, I don't know, like, they should have to pay some restitution to something. I mean, like, just, I don't even know.
To be answered about who the source of the fabricated leaks was. Ynet has reported that military sources suspect the leaks are being used to influence Israeli public opinion in favor of Netanyahu. The Jewish Chronicle article came out at a time when Netanyahu's power was being rattled by mass Israeli protests, calling for a hostage deal, and an end to the Prime Minister's attempts to keep the war raging. A veteran Israeli journalist, Shlomi Eldar, posted an even stronger theory. It was clear to me that this was a leak from the Israeli Prime Minister's office, which is manipulating...
See, like, Shlomi Eldar, well-established, I think he writes for Haaretz, but I could be wrong. Or I think he sometimes writes for Haaretz. Again, I'm not saying, oh, because he's as a known figure, etc. No. This is a person who has been critical, right? That has been willing to be very critical, in fact, of everything that's been going on. Same thing with, like, Gideon Levy, who is someone that, like, I've, anyway. The fact that it becomes so apparent where this leak, quote unquote, is coming from. It's not really a leak, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's meant to look like one, but it's not, right? If that makes sense. Like, obviously there is something behind all of this, and I understand why they're saying it's a leak, because that's what it was called in the article and in the articles. But there's something else there, right? For sure. If trans people can be transphobic, yeah. Oh, for sure, yeah.
The foreign press to further tear apart Israel's divided society and save Netanyahu from the intensifying protests. The sad bottom line is that this is a well-timed campaign against the hostages' families.
Again, Netanyahu and co, right, have been doing everything in their power to delegitimize, make returned hostages or survivors retract their stories, etc. Like anything to get people to stop making the hostages stand in the way of what Netanyahu wants to do, right? Like, he can use the hostages for what he wants to do, right? But he's mad that other people, right, particularly their families, also want to say in that. And so I find it horrifying how actively, and this is even acknowledged by many of the protesting groups, that Netanyahu actively is trying to curtail, right, any kind of answering to the question of why isn't the IDF trying to be more careful when it comes to hostages? Why doesn't he put, why doesn't he do a hostage deal? Why hasn't he done, blah, 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 right? So this is just him going against the families, which has been happening for a while now, to like discredit them. Binyamin is not going to stay in the state of Israel once he's out of power. Like, Yair is already living in Miami. I don't think Bugsy Netanyahu, I don't think he's going to stay in Israel very long either. So I don't know. I cannot predict the future, but I don't know. Yeah, it makes sense. It's a press release in a way that they can cover their ass. Yeah, exactly.
Let me repeat that assertion. The claim there is that the Jewish Chronicle published an article which, in the words of this gentleman, was a campaign, or was the tool of a campaign against the hostages' families. Now, the fallout following the Jewish Chronicle's publication of what appears to be straightforward pro-Netanyahu propaganda has been severe. There's several Jewish Chronicle columnists, including David Baddiel, David Ronovich, and Jonathan Friedland, have now left the paper over the false stories. This is how Friedland explained his decision to quit the newspaper. The latest scandal brings great disgrace on the paper, publishing fabricated stories and showing only the thinnest form of contrition. But it is only the latest.
I agree. Like where is the contrition? Hello, Bugsy. How are you doing? Or, pardon me, not Bugsy. Hello, Kay, how do you say? Who is Bugsy? Oh, Bugsy, or Bugs, it was an old way of saying Benjamin. Like, Bugsy Siegel, or, like people like that. Like, that was a slang nickname for Benjamin. Hence why I call him Bugsy Netanyahu. Because it's just a way it was used back then. Hopefully you're doing well. So yeah, I don't see that they're very contrite. Like, I don't know. Like, to me, just deleting the stories when his stories, it could be argued, actively led to unalivings of people, right? It gives slight James Summertime vibes. You're not wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong. Is like, oh, well, my bad. We're just gonna just delete all this, just delete everything and just be like, okay, so now we're back to normal, right? No. You published literally falsehoods like, the Jewish Chronicle should never be believed ever again, because it didn't even do a Google search at Tel Aviv University. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, or even when he claimed to work in the United States. Like, trust me, they have the record of everybody that's ever worked there. They're more than happy to confirm. More than happy. But you have a former IDF, which, again, even calling him former is strange, because you don't really retire. You just become a reservist for a long time. I hate when people... Yeah, exactly. I don't like to call him that. Yeah, I'm sorry you think you deserve an apology. Exactly. This is literally what they're saying, for sure. Yeah, that's why I decided to call him Bugsy, because, you know, I don't want to call him his, like, diminutive name, you know? Does that mean Bugs Bunny's name is Benjamin? Yeah, it is. Benjamin Bunny.
Too often the JC reads like a partisan ideological instrument, its judgments political rather than journalistic.
See, like, this speaks to the fact that it became a way to amplify specific Israeli policies, right? And, policy positions and things like that, means that this paper should never be trusted again. I mean, this is saying that this is something that has been happening for a while. It can never claim to be objective, let alone to discuss a topic relating to Israel Palestine in any objective way, or even attempting to. Like, not that I subscribe to the Jewish Chronicle, but, like, if all it is just the oldest, it's also, you know, one of the fakest, you know, of the you know, oldest of the Jewish newspapers in the world. Like, it doesn't matter. Like it's trying to use its age, you know, its historic prestige, right, to be like, oh, don't worry, you know, that was a one-off. No, if you have your top writers saying, yeah, we're leaving because we feel like we're just, like, you know, like another what's it called, like we're just bullhorning, right, you know, the Israeli. So this is one of those things, right, like, yes, hasbara means explanation, yes, but I often like to say other things it can be, because, like, when you go to their foreign diplomacy stuff, right, like their Ministry of Foreign Affairs, right, and then they'll have, like, diplomacy. Usually the word that they use for that is hasbara. So I find it very interesting that but because it's in Hebrew, people don't usually know that, like, when it's talking about diplomacy, it uses the word hasbara as well. So that's why I've often brought it up in other people's chats, like, well, it does mean an explanation, but it also can mean diplomacy, because that's how Israel uses it, right? But yeah, that they're just bullhorning, you know, the stuff that Netanyahu specifically wants to bullhorn, right? That should shutter the paper. Like, it should shut down. This is a disgrace. It's not even a rag. It's worse than that. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's just...
And Friedland's Guardian colleague, Hadley Freeman, has also left the Jewish Chronicle. She said this on the Today programme.
What it felt like increasingly was that the Jewish Chronicle was representing a more ideological rather than strictly journalistic point of view, and was becoming far more right-wing and far more in step with Netanyahu, which most British Jews, I would think it's fair to say, are not. And that is not...
See, this is one thing, is like, yes, this is true, right? Most Jewish people, like, in Britain and even in the United States, are not far right like Netanyahu. But because of the fear mongering, right, some of them are sort of like, for example, like Alan Dershowitz. Okay, Mr. Dershowitz, I only deal in facts, and you're over there with your Dershow. First of all, what kind of a name is that? The Dershow. Just. But also, when I talked to your mother in the bakery the other day, no, just anyway, but he has a segment that came out recently where he's literally like, Benjamin Netanyahu is not extending the war in Gaza for political means. It's like, so he's extending it for what then? Right? Like, if it's for something else, then like, even admitting that he is extending the war, you've already admitted that he's extending the war, bro. You've already admitted that. Okay? So I don't know. I wouldn't call your mother-in-law, any of these days. I'll put it like that. But it's only by fear-mongering that people even begin to side with right-wing things. Like the amount of right-wing Jewish politicians is very slim, right? But they're given a special prominence, right? When it comes to America's relationship with Israel, right? Because they are the actual Jewish people that are very Zionist, right? Unlike the vast majority of Jewish people in the world. And so the fact that the oldest, most prestigious, most whatever, blah, 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 Jewish newspaper started to become far right by way of the news about the state of Israel, right? Which wasn't even about, it was the specific narrative, right, that the Prime Minister's office wanted them to say, right? Again, means that there is no journalistic integrity, right? From the top down. From the top down. Because this implicates the editorial board, the management, just everything. And I think, to me, this question about Israel vis-a-vis Jewish people writ large needs to stop. Stop. Jewish people do not even have to have an opinion on the state of Israel. It's just another country like any other. Why is it that people think it's okay to, there are people that have family, they're fine. I get that. There are people that have family in Brazil. It doesn't mean that they know what Lula is doing every time that he, takes a sip of coffee. You know what I mean? Where they can practically taste his breakfast as he eats it, right? But they do that with Netanyahu for some reason, right? Ridiculous.
Not why I wanted to join a British Jewish newspaper to represent the views of Netanyahu. I want to represent the views of British Jews, and it just became a point where I couldn't stay.
She joined the newspaper under the current leadership, and now she's leaving because I can't stay because of the current leadership. Both Hadley Freeman and Jonathan Freeland said they have long complained about the shadowy ownership of the Jewish Chronicle. Well, that's because nobody actually knows who owns it. The paper is owned by a consortium, and the only person we know who is publicly associated with it is Robbie Gibb. Just bizarre. So instead, the man taking all the...
I mean, I understand why they're using terms like shadowy, but... there are always these lines that people that I understand, when talking about Israelis, it's one thing, but when you start saying it about Jewish people in general, I wouldn't use necessarily that language again. But if you want to use it, okay, fine. But all I'm saying is I can criticize it. You know what I mean? Sure, fine. They don't know who owns it. It's owned by a consortium. Okay. Then I don't know, expropriate it and give it to the Jewish community of Britain. I don't know. Make it public then. I don't know. Just...
Flack is, of course, the editor, Jake Wallace Simons. In response to this story, he said this. Obviously, it's every newspaper editor's worst nightmare to be deceived by a journalist.
This framing here is like, oh, I was the victim of this deception as well. I don't believe that. It's in Jake Wallace Simons's interest. I was about to call him Simpson. Well, I mean, it depends on the context, but it's like, like when you're talking about certain stuff, it's just like, you can use it. Just know that it might come off a little bit, for me anyway, a little, the fourth estate has failed us. No, yeah, of course. I mean, again, like, there aren't any leftist newspapers, right, that can compete with the right-wing owned ones, right? And anyway, like, yes, you can say that because it's an intelligence agency, right? Its whole thing is to function, as it were, in the shadows, but it also doesn't just have Jewish people in it, right? Got to go, but I love to stay at the top. Oh, see you later, Narwhal. But yeah, readers can be assured that stronger internal procedures, like, why weren't there stronger internal procedures from the beginning? I mean, if this is supposed to be so prestigious and so important to the British Jewish community, why weren't there literally a Google search standard? Like, hey, this person who is literally an IDF soldier saying things that are like a little bit grandiose, right? Works at Tel Aviv University, taught in the United States, right? Like, was at Entebbe. Like, why that specific thing, right? Like, I'm not saying that it's impossible that he could have been there, but you know what I mean? Like, there's just many questions that need to be asked first, especially if you're just going to let him write essentially, literally, actual fake news.
The Jewish Chronicle has cut all ties with the freelancer in question, and his work has now been removed from our website. Readers can be assured, that stronger internal procedures are being implemented. I understand why some columnists have decided to step back from the paper. I am grateful for their contributions and hope that, in time, some of them will feel able to return. I take full responsibility for the mistakes that have been made, and I will take equal responsibility for the task of making sure nothing like this can happen again. This is extraordinary. You have published a series of articles by a fantasist Walter Mitty figure, it seems. Okay, we've detailed all the evidence there. Make up your own mind. And your apology is to say that it will never happen again. How did it happen the first time? You've got somebody publishing articles for you saying he has 25 years of experience writing in English and Hebrew. Have you read any of them?
Yeah, like again, this is what I said earlier. It's like, how could, like, an editor, right? Like, this is an editor. They're having someone write to their audience, right? Which, if they care about their audience, they will vet the person that they're going to now use their platform. Because this is a huge platform. One that's given prestige because it's from 1841, right? Like, even Karl Marx, when he was living in England, read it. IDK about you, but taught in the U.S. isn't really a big flex. Well, true, that's true. But like, it still warrants being vetted, right? Like, it's still, like, because usually when people say that, they're not talking about, oh, I went to some state school, right? They're talking about they went to the Ivy League, right? Which is like the forcing house for the ruling class of America, right? Like, that's where all the presidents are educated. That's where all of the civil servants are educated, blah, 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 right? It's not, someone that's at, Cal State Fresno or whatever, right? I resemble that remark.
Well, he's writing all these stories with these sources.
But again, like, they didn't read anything of his, even the English stuff, right? Like, okay, fine. You don't know Hebrew? Okay, fine. But the English stuff, you didn't read any of that? Like, there are people whom they will excoriate right? Like any article they've ever written, to deny them a chance to just do like a simple article in newspapers these days, right? In any publication. But they didn't do it for this person. They just accepted it on face value. Like, oh yeah, he has 25 years of experience. That's where the couch, indeed.
Is close to the IDF, and actually, if you look, he's not written any articles for anybody anywhere. That might undermine his credibility somewhat, you might think. Helena, these figures, like Jonathan Friedland, Hadley Freeman, are saying they can no longer write for the Chronicle, but the reality is the quality of this quote-unquote journalism isn't some stark break with how it's conducted itself in recent years.
I mean, it is funny. Elsewhere, I'd seen Jake Wallace-Simons talk about the Jewish Chronicle's like high journalistic standards, right? And when you can't even do like basic checks like, about the reality or the history of the people who are coming there to write for you, and say, well, this guy he turned up and he just said that he was a journalist for 25 years and he was formerly in the IDF and went to this university. Like, yeah, we just believed him at the time. We didn't do any background checks. We didn't actually try and interrogate whether any of these claims had any basis in reality. Like, did he also tell you that he was a Nigerian prince with $2,000 million to put into your bank account at the same time?
What kind of a journalist reads these days? I mean, you know, you could have checked his TikTok. I don't know. Like, see, like, this is another thing, too. The IDF is very media conscious, right? They love, like, this actually is something that I've always found rather, they love to show and state the full names of all of these different soldiers. I don't get it. I don't get why, but they do this, right? You know, like, you see it on Instagram, you see it on Twitter, blah, blah, blah. It's really weird to me. Because it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea to be, like, you know, just handing out people's information like that. But they're very media conscious, right? Like they want them to do TikToks. They want them to do YouTube shorts, right? Screw the system. Oh, for sure. But like, again, the issue is that what's interesting about so many of these publications, right, that function on prestige, right, is that they love to try to get really good, right, writers, right, that even have, you know, advanced degrees, like master's degrees, right, to essentially volunteer, right, to work for nothing. But yet this dude right here was given like a full platform, paid money, allowed to write essentially whatever he wanted. Like, who knows what he could have written. And also now, unless they're archived, right, we don't really know what he wrote, right? Because I haven't been able to find any of the articles myself, but I'm sure that someone has them saved somewhere. But, you know what I mean? Like, those kind of things add up. Because that's, I mean, even in higher education, like, it's not just the fact that they want everybody to just become an adjunct and to pay them literally as minimally as possible. It's that you also have to be willing to, like, if you want to succeed in the system, right, you have to be willing to uphold it as well, right? Like, make it worse over time, right? Like, oh, well, you get to be included in the club, but now there are less chances overall, right? And there already are very low, right? So it just goes down even further each time. And it's like, instead of there being solidarity, instead of there being editorial, like, again, because the whole point of a newspaper is that its editorial board is able, and this was something that used to be said of print media, right, that it was superior, right, in some ways, right, to digital media because of the editorial board, right, that they had people that they could consult that were subject experts, right? And other writers and other such things, right? Other contributors that could ensure, right, that the article that's going out to be printed, right, on the floor is going to be, right, as far as they know, true. This dude just popped up and said, "Oh, hey, I was at Entebbe. I'm IDF, and also, by the way, I teach at Tel Aviv University, and I've also taught in the United States. And to put the cherry on top, I'm gonna publish all these sussy leaks. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. You could turn yourself into an AI figure and let AI think for you. I mean, sure, that's true. What a glorious time it is that you can just say stuff and people will accept it. Well, it's funny because, again, they're saying, oh, well, since he was at Entebbe, because he's an IDF soldier, because he's blah, 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 right? Like, they're letting him get away with it because he has all of these Israeli credentials, right? As if that's the reason why he should have access to the oldest Jewish newspaper in the world. No. The IDF should not have an open door to the Jewish communities of the world. Hello?
That doesn't, to me, honestly, that doesn't scream high journalistic standards. And of course, the frustrating thing to me is that whilst Hadi Friedman is correct in saying that it's clear that for a very long time in this paper, there seems to be a line which is ideologically closer to trying to do what is best for the Netanyahu administration rather than for the international or even the British Jewish community at large. I think her criticisms are correct. It just seems silly that we're only reporting on this now, when, of course, we'd already seen the lax level of quote-unquote high journalistic standards of the paper, given what Ipso have said about them previously. You might want to ask Audrey White and Mark Wordsworth about whether they have the opinions of the Jewish chroniclers having high journalistic standards, for example. And, of course, we'd seen loads of smear campaigns against us here on the left coming from that paper, which everyone took them as...
Again, this is another thing, right? Also, in the same vein, all of these papers, right, regardless of whether they're Jewish or not, have free, like, the freedom to attack any, even radlib take that even wants to, like, assert the humanity of the Palestinians, right? Especially earlier on in the genocide, right? Like, I mean, let's just think about the fact that when all of this started, right? Like, just after October 7th, like, and going into like December, January, there was and I don't know to what extent it's still going on, but there was a group of people that would pay to have the information of pro-Palestine students, right, put on like digital billboards, right, on trucks and cars, and go around universities. Like, remember that. Don't forget that. Don't forget that happened. Don't forget the collusion between the frat boys and the police in Columbia University, right? Like, don't... The right wing was able to say whatever they wanted. They could say, oh, these, and they still do. You still see this, where they will even invoke protests that have nothing to do with this, and somehow act as though they're one continuous thing. But yet, if the left does call them out, oh, heaven forbid, right? That is another thing, right? Is that, like, why are you allowing smear campaigns, right? Like, if you're supposed to be serious journalism, you shouldn't be doing smear campaigns. I don't know. That's just me. Like, if I'm here to read the news, I want to read the news, not, oh, these creators with the far, far smaller platform, right, that are trying to say things that, oh, we just could not abide by. Like, I don't know, the Palestinians deserve to be recognized as human. upset our readers very much, right? Like, it's just like la maze. Like, it makes no sense. Because who would be brazen enough to lie about such important? Well, Canary mission, right? Yeah.
Being verbatim at the time. Did anyone really question it? And there was a really great tweet by Jonathan Portes saying, actually, no. For a long time, people, Jews and non-Jews, have been criticizing the lines of this paper and its relationships with some incredibly unsavory figures, people like Melanie Phillips and Douglas Murray, for example.
Oh my gosh. Douglas Mario? Oh my gosh. Douglas. Melanie Phillips is just... There is this one channel that it's this young dude, right? And every time I see any of his contents, it's like, I kid you not, either Melanie Phillips or Douglas Murray. And I'm like, Douglas Murray is literally an anti-Semite. Like, the only reason why he's pro-Israel is for the same, very similar reasons to why Balfour was pro-Zionist, right? Was because, then all the Jewish people can go live there. Because it just allows him, Douglas Murray, one could say, that it just gives him an avenue by which he could, right, then go justify his Islamophobia, right? Like, all of his anti-immigrant rhetoric from before now allows him he gets to couch it in, the Jewish community in Britain, blah, 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 when he doesn't care. He didn't care about us, before. About the Jewish people in diaspora before. Suddenly now he does, but only of one country. And only for one reason. And Melanie, I don't know, she just says stuff that just doesn't even make sense. Like, literally, you would have to, even Benny Morris's stuff sounds more coherent than, hers. But that's because everything is like, in her view, anything that Israel does is justified a priori, like, for eternity. And I don't know, it's worrying. It's worrying.
And yet, it takes the very specific situation of them publishing what are entirely fake stories for anyone outside of independent media who is in the mainstream media to actually have this broad-scale criticism of what they have become. And of course, all these other writers, as you say, they had continued writing for them under the current leadership, the current ownership of the paper, and whilst all of those things were going on in the background, all of the ipso statements about what they had done previously, and they never thought A, to make those public criticisms, or B, actually just cut ties with the paper entirely. And I think the biggest point of all of this is just how damaging it is for the broader Jewish community in this country, who, as Hadley Freeman has correctly stated as well, they broadly support the two-state solution. They want to see an end to the conflict. They want to see release of the hostages, and they aren't really that hot on the Netanyahu administration itself, even if they are broadly ideologically Zionist. They're the heads of the organizations that are supposed to represent them in the media. The Jewish Chronicle is the longest running Jewish paper in this country, and the other people like boards of deputies, for example, seem to be taking very much a pro-Israel line or the pro-Israeli government line on a lot of these issues.
And this is, and I mean, in the United States, this is done just to on a scale and magnitude that is far beyond this, because here it's like even the mainstream media, even just everything. I mean, everything is the pro-Israeli government line. I mean, like the fact that the criticisms of Israel that occur on any level that have ever been substantive have only really happened on independent media. Anytime there's any pushback, then that's when they bring out, but do you condemn blah blah blah, but do you blah blah blah, but on October 7th, da, 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 da. It's like, okay, but there are, and again, by fear mongering, that makes people in the Jewish community it makes them perhaps like not consider all the facts and instead, go straight to what the fear mongering is made to try to get them to do, right? But like in the United States, it's just on a whole different level because it's everything. It's everything. I mean, like I remember my friend was telling me that when they were driving like between like Temecula, Encinitas, like North San Diego County, that she saw like people that are not Jewish, right? They're not Jewish. They're evangelical, like Johnson Smith, Christian, white people with Israeli flags. You know what I mean? And it's just like this really weird, like, okay, why do you have an Israeli, but it's because of the ideology, right? And so I don't know.
The community just does not share. And that's dangerous because what we're seeing from the Israeli government is horrific. And this isn't supported by the Jewish public entirely. And people are, I would argue anti-Semitically, trying to bring these two things together. And that is not being helped by organizations like the Jewish Chronicle just uncritically publishing things that are in support of the Israeli government, and especially when those things are complete fabrications.
And I agree with that. Like, the fact that there was no editorial standard, no editorial control, not even questioning or research, the paper should be shuttered, right? And it instead should be expropriated and be given to the Jewish community as such, right? For them to do so. And specifically, I don't even know. Like, I mean, for me, I would put in so many conditions. Like, one, stop giving a backdoor to agents of the Israeli state, the IDF. Stop doing that. They should not have an open welcome into every Jewish community in the world. They do not care about us. Okay? They never have and they never will. Just because they have names that we can see in HaTorah means nothing. But when you're just parroting Bugsy, like, what are you doing?
Story, for me, is the culmination of an abject period, the Jewish Chronicle. In 2022, there had been, or by 2022, there had been 33 breaches of the IPSO editorial guidelines of practice. 33 times, 33 breaches. Now that happens, okay?
That's a lot of times. 33 is a lot. Like 1, 2. I'm trying to think how many, I know like the New York Times more recently, because of its coverage of Israel, has had more breaches and has had to retract stuff. But it, like when it published the 40 babies thing, it's already too late. You know what I mean?
You're an outlet. You publish regularly, sometimes every day, sometimes weekly. You might just have a monthly magazine. If you're publishing regularly, you're going to make mistakes. That happens. Hopefully you're regulated. In the case of IPSO, it's quite a weak regulator, but in any case, there's something there, and you can be correct.
So even the weak regulator, they're even breaking the weak regulator's rules a lot. Close it. Close it. Close it. And disclose everybody that's part of the consortium that owns it. Close it down. I vote we give the Chronicle to the Jewish community and the Harry Potter IP to the trans community. Ooh. Imagine how JoJo, like how pissed off she would be. Like she literally would
And you can make apologies. That happens. Navarro Media's done it. That happens. But 33 breaches in 3 years is absolute.
Oh, I thought that was in their entire, since they've had to be regulated. Wow, in 3 years, that's a lot. And that's with if it's with a weak regulator, so that's. Imagine if they had a stricter one, which is funny because they always want to hold anything that has to deal with, anything that is Palestinian to the most impossible standards. not even the New York Times, the Washington Post, the LA Times, the Chicago Tribune, they are not held up to the standard that they want Palestinian news to be held up to. It's not even remotely similar.
Absolutely without precedent, as far as I understand. If somebody wants to correct me, please go ahead.
As far as I know, this is without precedent. Same thing. If there is one that has 34 in 3 years, that one would be without precedent, but 33 is a lot. Like 3 to 4 is considered too many. 33 is a lot.
And here's where it gets really interesting. I've already mentioned Robbie Gibb. He's on the BBC board. So the man is...
Oh gosh, I didn't even make that connection. Shut it all down. Shut it all down. We gotta shut it all down until we can figure out what's going on. It would be so delicious to see her have the biggest hate-filled breakdown because we took her piggy bank. Yeah, like, have the IP specifically fund trans healthcare and trans education in a just world. Like, to me, I don't see any argument for why we cannot just walk into a hospital, right, that should be well maintained anywhere in the country, whichever country in the world that is, and be able to receive any treatment that we need, right? Obviously, there are specialists, etc., right? I know people are going to be like, oh, well, I know this, right? Like, again, I can speak about Jewish history. I can speak about Latin American history. I can't speak much about the history of, like, Eastern Siberia. That's not my area of expertise. I'm not an expert on that. But the point being that there is no reason in this entire world why anybody should have to suffer from easily compatible diseases, let alone to receive the health care they need that is gender affirming, etc. There isn't a logical reason we can't. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like this consortium that is paying that owns the Jewish Chronicle. I mean, like, if it paid to actually do right, like, stuff to de-Zionize, right, Jewish communities, and to finally get rid of all those Israeli flags from every shul, my goodness, and to again stop letting every Israeli agent just have or rather have an entrance into every Jewish community, then I think we would see a huge change immediately. Israel has nothing to do with me. I have nothing to do with Israel. I'm Jewish. Israel is not. There are Jewish people that live there, sure, but it has nothing to do with me. I don't care about it. In fact, I know that sooner than we can think of, Palestine will be free, and I will finally get to honor my grandparents' legacy by visiting Al-Quds. It's far sooner than we could imagine. Far sooner than we could imagine.
Associated with this publication, in terms of its ownership, the only person we know associated with it is Robbie Gibb.
Shut down all the UK in general. Hey, you know what? I would do so. Like, first of all, if you're going to call yourself the City of London and have your little parades wearing your little, like, puffy clothes, yeah, that money belongs to the people now. Sorry. I don't care about your financial assets in the Cayman Islands. They belong to the people. Yeah, it's my criticisms, right, exactly. Which are endless. Literally. until the day that Palestine is free, I will never stop criticizing. I will never stop criticizing the state of Israel. Because it makes the world more dangerous for Jewish people. And has, and is willing to. Which is why you shouldn't allow people like this dude to just have free access to every Jewish community.
He's on the BBC board of an outlet where they publish articles of global impact, global consequence by a person who's never written anything before. Imagine if somebody came to Navarro Media and said, I have evidence that Iran has nuclear weapons and they plan to use them against the United Kingdom. We'd go, wow, that's extraordinary. Who are you, by the way? We'd want to see their recent work. But apparently that's too much for the Jewish Chronicle. Absolutely incredible. And then, of course, Robbie Gibb, brother of Nick Gibb, Tory MP. Robbie Gibb, yes, at the...
Oh, I forgot about Nick too. I don't know. I haven't really kept up with the Gibbs because they're not really like. I mean, they're rich. That's about it. I mean, they're rich. That's about it. I can't really tell you anything else about them. They're wealthy. Okay. But that's honestly for some people that's really all they have. Like people try to attribute personality and blah. It's like no, they don't have any of that. They just are rich. Like they just happen to have, numbers somewhere that you could see, right? Somewhere on that they could log into an account and it has a big number, and that's it. That's literally their entire existence. Like that's it. They have no personality. They have nothing else. It's just that big number. Stop trying to attribute to them like things that like they literally do not want nor have. But anyway. Rich and British, probably. I wouldn't put it past them. And then it's like, finds out that Nick Gibbs is married to JoJo's sister-in-law. Oh God, here we go. No, but gosh, they're all related to one another. But yes, I don't know. Just to me, this is just like ridiculous. Like one. They're right. Like you have this newspaper of global importance. Like it's read in the United States. I remember in New York, like when I lived in Brooklyn, when I lived in a Jewish neighborhood, right, when I was still Hasidic, that like you could buy the Jewish Chronicle. Like it was something people read, right? Because again, if you live in a more orthodox community, you don't really do digital stuff. Like people have phones, but like I'm talking about like they got Nokia phones, okay? Like if they were to open up a demo company, they would just have to throw their Nokia phone at the building and just go, you know what I mean? So they have that, but otherwise everything would have to be like print. So you could get the Jewish Chronicle, you could get Hamodia, which is the equivalent in the United States. But there are many in the United States as well. Like there are local ones. But Hamodia is the one that is like the equivalent in the United States. But yeah, it's just like to me this discredits the entire organization. Like in a just world, this would now be investigated by, the British government, and again, the funds would be given to some, like its printing press and all of that stuff should be instead given to the Jewish community, and the money be used to de-Zionize Jewish communities in Britain. That's just me. Yeah, brick phones.
Now on their board, previously very influential in terms of political broadcast, in between went to work at Number 10.
I'm telling you this, look, there are some people that I might know someone, I'll just put it like this, that dropped their phone from the 8th floor. I'm not even going to finish that. You can already finish the scene.
Downing Street, you're looking at here at the nexus of politics and media in this country in a single person. And I think this story really exemplifies how bad, how unprofessional these people can be.
Yeah, I mean, they're very unprofessional. That's one of the big problems, is that people assume that they're professionals, right? I mean, rich people can claim to be professionals of anything they want, right? Like, oh, yes, I'm blah, blah, blah. I mean, you know, and then there are people that literally study and work their entire lives, and, you know, the chances of them ever being even to get access to, you know, higher education, let alone anything else, is just not gonna happen, or it's gonna be very difficult. Okay. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, everyone. It's been so much fun. Thank you so much for joining me for this stream today. Everyone on Twitch, make sure to get into the machine. We're gonna go raid the 27 Club. Make sure to tell them hello, and I will see you all later. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you so much, Thea. Thank you, I appreciate that. Well, like I was saying, to you, YouTube, thank you also very much for joining me. I know that, you know, there are so many streams and so many other people you could watch, but the fact that you tuned in to tune in on this, I really appreciate it.